Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to the Birmingham City Commission special workshop meeting on the Aging in Place Citywide Action Plan at 6:30 p.m. here in the municipal building at 151 Martin Street. Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Long.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Baller.
Here.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Here.
Commissioner Haig.
Here.
Commissioner Host.
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer. Here.
All right. We have a presentation and discussion this evening. Assistant City Manager Mark Clemens is going to lead the discussion.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me back tonight, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit more about the Aging in Place plan itself. I want to, before we get started, I want to acknowledge if any member of the committee is here. Could you stand up for me, please? Jay Reynolds, Rosemary O'Malley, Melissa Marr, Pam DeWeese, Chris Braun in the back, and obviously Leslie Pilak from the museum. But these people worked very hard, and like I said, we had about 22 meetings in 18 months to get this done. So my congratulations to all of you. Thank you. So like any other committee, this is an ad hoc committee that came up with a plan. And what is a plan? A plan is a method of doing something or accomplishing something. So that's basically what it is before you today. Very similar to the 2040 plan, the sustainability plan. The commission has its ability to pick and choose what it likes, what it doesn't like, enact what it likes, what it doesn't like. But this is a way you've asked for a group of your citizens to come together to formulate what they believe is the best plan moving forward for the city. Obviously, that comes to you for your recommendation and your examination, and that you, as the city commission, obviously has the power to decide what, if any, of these recommendations get enacted. That being said, it's obviously the hope of the APC that you will find merit in what they came up with, and that you will adopt that plan and hopefully move towards indoctrinating and be having some of those things actually become a part of the city's culture. Along the same lines as the Sustainability Committee, this committee was very passionate about seniors, about what's in seniors' best interests, the direction the city is going, our aging population, and they really felt that a full-time aging in place committee would be warranted in this, and that their primary responsibility would be to, again, be advisory to the commission as to how to implement that aging in place plan. So I put that before you tonight, that they hope that you do adopt the plan. Obviously, we can't do that tonight in a workshop format, but they would have hoped that you adopt the plan, and they also would like you to consider making an aging in place committee a full-time organization as well. Okay, so one of the other things I wanted to mention is page 23, or 18, Melissa, please. One of the things I thought was important is we really took a lot of time as a committee to look at how this plan implements or aligns with other plans that the city has come up with, the 2040 plan. Obviously, you heard Planning Director Nick Dupuis state that he asked in this forthcoming budget to have the zoning ordinance redone. Well, we spent a considerable amount of time on the zoning ordinances in our deliberations, and had Mr. Dupuis and Mr. Morid from the building department in and discussing with us what things we may or may not be able to do. So there's an alignment there as an example. The 5-year Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Obviously, we have the Senior Center debate going on East Lincoln. Behind that is a beautiful city park, St. James Park. There's hope that maybe there's some way we could make a senior central park out of the St. James Park, but at least it's something for consideration that matches up with hopefully the master plan for the parks. And obviously, you're going to find from, so I'm going to give out some statistics tonight about some of the things that came out in our community survey. Walkability. Walkability was the second most important thing to residents in Birmingham. Obviously, the multimodal plan talks about walkability. It talks about the installation of sidewalks. Obviously, we have a sidewalk program that we're do every year here in the city, so hopefully that will be something that can be considered as well. So that being said, there's three key areas, page 23, Melissa. There's three key areas that the commission asked us to focus on. Demographics is the first one. Clearly, the demographics, there's 15 different charts in the report that talk about demographics in the city. 40% of our population is age 50 or older. The top two categories of age in the city of Birmingham are age 50 to 54 and age 60 to 64. So clearly there's no doubt that our population is aging, and we do have an older community here. The second thing was a review of existing senior services and the identification of unmet needs. So basically what that comes down to, what we learned is that Next does a pretty darn good job of delivering our senior service for us at what we think is a very reasonable cost. We spent some particular time comparing our senior services to that of other communities, and we found that most of our senior services meet or exceed other jurisdictions and what they have in their senior centers. That being said, we're certainly not perfect. And one of the things that we learned is that for that population that really needs selected senior services in terms of the support services that we've talked about in the past that Next offers is an area that we really need to improve upon. Only 38% of our population knew that Next offered these types of support services that would be so crucial to their being able to live and age in place here in town. So that's something we'll work on in the future. And then obviously creating an action plan for the aging in place. There were three factors we took into account here. First is research. Obviously, it's always good to see what others have done, where others have been. We took that into account as well. 2, community survey. This is something we spent, like I talked about earlier, a great deal of time on. It was something we really wanted to make specific to Birmingham, specific to our community, and I think the group did a great job of tailoring that program to our community. And the third thing was coming up with how we would gauge our aging in place plan, and that was through the AARP's 8 domains of livability, which we shrunk down to 5 domains. So with that, we're going to go page 6, Melissa. This is just a brief summary of the 19 goals. There's 5 domains of livability that we came up with. There's a total of 19 goals for the entire project. Under those 19 goals are 64 tasks or areas what we can do to implement those 19 goals. So the first one that we have here is Birmingham and your needs. There are 6 goals with that. The first one was to develop a facility for senior services. Obviously, that is ongoing, as we all well know, a topic for later on tonight, as a matter of fact. The second one was establishing a funding mechanism to support senior services. That has been something that, as we've indicated on our past presentation, that we've been doing or trying to come up with since 2013. Hopefully we're getting closer. We do have the senior millage that we passed that's helping us with the costs related to our new our senior services building. However, a stable funding mechanism for down the road would certainly be nice, both for Next and for our community members. We need to continue to prioritize our public services. One of the things that came out in the survey is our public came back that 91% of our public thought that the police, fire, and Department of Public Services were meeting or exceeding their needs. I think that's outstanding. That's something to super be proud of, and that's something that we need to emphasize, because I think that makes us something that if I was a senior and I knew that those kinds of things are occurring in this town, that may be someplace where I would like to live or age in place. Creating an understanding among residents that the organization that they should turn to with questions concerning agents is Next. This is something I think is a fundamental thing that we need to work on, because right now, I don't think some people know that turn to Next for those kinds of questions, but it would be nice to actually get them to think that if they have a question about aging in place, or if they have a question about aging or senior services, that the first call they make is to Next. Not to the city, not to some of the county agency or a state agency, but a local agency here where they can pick up the phone, either go in person to Next location, or pick up the phone and call someone and actually talk to a human being that is familiar with our community, familiar with our services, and that they can get some service done that way. So I think that's something that we really want to work on. And that may be something as simple as having a Next member come on to every Tuesday. As you all know, we all meet for staff. The museum is here, the library is here. I don't see why we can't have Next here as well, because that way every department has to put on or has to talk about what they're doing in their department. We would get firsthand from Chris or a representative from Next what they're doing, and it just makes us more aware of it as a city. And I think, too, as a city, we have a lot of people who come into contact with older people, police, fire, library, museum, DPS for that matter. we need to do a better job of networking those contacts into service-related calls through Next, if we can see that there's an issue or something that maybe we can help someone with. Create and maintain a positive and cooperative relationship between the city, Next, and BPS. Obviously, we have a 45-year history with the school system. That's coming to an end shortly. I don't think it should come to an end. I think we should embrace the school system. Obviously, all these people have paid taxes for years to Birmingham Public Schools. I certainly hope that we can continue to come up with a way to continue to work in conjunction with the schools and make them a partner in our program. And then coordinate assistance for older adults and support service areas. I think I like to, this is partnering with other agencies to work, for example, three of the biggest things that older persons worried about when they're living in place was minor home modifications, snow plowing or shoveling, and grass cutting. Maybe we come up with a listserv of services that are available to those people. Maybe the city can work together with Next and other communities. How do other communities do it? It's a way that we can come up with to meet what they obviously perceive and feel is missing in their ability to age in place. The next one was number 2 is communications and information. The first one was to create a multifaceted approach to communication methodology. What we learned from the community survey was that e-blasts and electronic newsletters were the most popular forms of communication, and that for people over the age of 76, written communications was the #1 way that they communicated with the city. Number 2 was to promote, the second goal would be to promote Next and all of Next support services to enhance community knowledge. Like I indicated earlier, only 38% know about Next support services. That's something we've got to improve upon. The next one, the third goal, is social and civic community, civic engagement, which is 6 goals in this. The first one is to support enhanced senior services and programming. This is communication strategies to reach older adults who are unaware of the services that we talk about, coordinate with other communities in programming. That could be with any other local communities, Beverly Hills, Franklin, Bingham Farms, Troy, Bloomfield Township, other libraries, other service organizations, and do a better job of coordinating all those things. The second one was to create and promote community and social activity support for older adults. That would be new events targeting older adults, events in the downtown, specific to older people, for example. The third one is becoming an age-friendly community. Basically, there's a program through the AARP called an age-friendly community. It basically it works upon the 8 domains of livability. We're kind of halfway there already with what we're doing today. It wouldn't be that hard of a process to become an official AARP age-friendly community. Install permanent restrooms in neighborhood parks. From the community survey, what was very interesting is we found that only 14% of our population, the respondents, felt that the city had enough public restrooms. So that was a big deal to them, and we heard from firsthand from residents who feel that in order for them to go out, they need to know where where the nearest bathroom is for them to really feel comfortable enjoying going out. So something for you guys to think about, that only 14% of our population feels that we have enough restrooms in the public setting. And then finally, connect older adults with connect older adults with volunteer opportunities. This was something I think was really amazing about the study, about the community survey. We found that 78% of all the respondents said that they wanted to volunteer in some capacity to help others. And another 15% were either considering going back to work or wanted to go back to work. To me, that was an amazing number, considering all the hard time that we get trying to find volunteers. But yet, according to our survey, these people want to do this. Just recently, Chris, you can weigh in if you want, Next held, based upon this information, Next held a volunteer workshop where they brought in all these different organizations, and then people could come and try and match their skill sets and desires with volunteer opportunities at this event. Is that accurate, Chris? Yeah, so already we made just because we found this so stunning that so many people wanted to volunteer their time. So progress in the right direction there. The next area is housing. There's 4 goals there. Improve communication and connection with older adults by providing a network of service providers to assist with home modifications and repairs. Some of the things that we thought here we could work on is expanding Next support services. Currently, they have 2 part-time people that do that. We think maybe that they could use a little help with that area. have staff, as I indicated earlier, have city staff who have direct contact with people, be more informative to the next as to who may or may not need help. And I think that something really interesting would be to create a group of model homes where people could say, let's say, for example, I wanted to look what a modified bathroom looked like for my mom. I could, next could have a list of homes that have these bathrooms that are more friendly to older people, no step getting into the shower, the proper handles in the shower, the proper handles around the commode or whatever. So if we had a group of these houses where people would say, yeah, you come over to my house and I'll show you what it looks like, we could create a way for people to actually visualize what we're talking about, and maybe they could transform their own homes to make their lives easier. But at least they'll have someplace they can turn to and see what it looks like. Increase the availability of affordable housing options. We thought interesting would be to hold a town hall or public forum on taxes. One of the things that we found in talking with people is I don't think people understand very well how the tax dollars are spent. I think people believe, especially our older community, that every tax dollar that's spent, that tax dollar goes to the city of Birmingham. When I commonly explained that only about 34 cents of that goes to the city of Birmingham, I think people were very surprised. So I would think that maybe a workshop on taxes or a workshop on how the government is, our local government is paid for what we do would probably be a great idea moving forward. Okay, the third one, modify the city's zoning ordinance to provide incentives and options for older housing. Obviously, we talked about that a little bit earlier with the planning budgets request. And this is interesting from the study. I know there's a lot of concern about ADUs and things, ADUs, but interestingly, one of the things, the two most important are the two top alternate living facilities that people were looking for were in fact senior living facilities and small/tiny houses, which I thought was interesting. Were all listed above or before ADUs. And then obviously increase the walkability of the community for older adults. As I indicated earlier, this was the second most important thing on what made Birmingham important to people was the walkability. Obviously we do a good job of with our sidewalks. I think we should promote that more. I think people are looking for more organized wayfinding. That would be like signage in park or signage along the sidewalks, maybe have some designated, today you're going to walk the blue route, and that blue route encompasses this direction, and have signage to allow them to do that kind of thing. And then finally, the last category is transportation. This was also interesting in that 95% of the respondents in the transportation department indicated that they felt they had adequate personal transportation. I thought that was really high, and I think it surprised a lot of people. What we also found out was that only 33% of the people understood or knew about SMART services, the bus transportation that is paid through our local taxes, that's also included in our tax base. And I don't think people realize that Next is the person who coordinates all of that program for us. The buses, the maintenance, the drivers, the scheduling, that all gets done through Next in their cooperation, their partnership with SMART. And there's a whole list in the report of all the different programs that SMART offers and how that we can do a better job of getting that word out. This is to go to doctor's appointments, the pharmacy, the grocery store. All of these things can be covered by the SMART transportation mode. And then finally, one of the things, obviously, I think, as I bragged about earlier with the way the community responded to the police, fire, and DPS, I think that's something with the police department. There's the number one reason people said that it was important for them to live in Birmingham or to age in Birmingham is because they felt it safe. 95% people felt that it was safe. I think we need to really build upon that, and the community felt as well that we need to build upon that. The fact that 95% of our population feel safe in this town is something we need to be proud of, and it's something we need to accent. And I think that we can rely, hopefully, on the police department and the fire department to step up and maybe use their community resource officers, which they both have a community resource officer, more effectively and network with Next to put on programming for, maybe make it a quarterly meeting at Next or something. But we need to get those two organizations especially, and for that matter, we can even see the DPS in terms of having a monthly meeting on city service in terms of potholes or streets or whatever, to get the community familiar with our staff and what our staff is doing. And if there's that much confidence in what they're doing, I think we should also, and the committee believes, that we should utilize that. So with that, Melissa, the page 56, please. That's all I have for you tonight. That's the end of the report. This is an actual, there's a summary page that tells you a little bit about it, throws some facts and figures up there, and then it shows each one of the goals I just articulated. And then underneath those goals are the tasks or ideas that the committee had for implementing those things, along with a timetable for completion and who would be responsible for it and associated costs.
Thank you. So, Mark, this is a plan. It's an aspirational guide. It is not a set of directions. I'm assuming that several of those things, would require, in fact, almost all of them would require, not all of them, but many of them would require coming to various boards or to the commission. Certainly major changes like restrooms in parks or zoning considerations would have to come here. But what does the committee see as next steps? How do you move from this to implementing some of these? And where it says city staff, that raises some concerns about bandwidth and personnel and so forth.
Right.
What thoughts do you have on that, on those
So I
things?
think if I read the committee right, what they're looking for, and obviously they shared the same concern, one of the things that they wanted to make sure, in the past, we've had some former committees, the JSOC committees and so forth, that came up with ideas, came up with plans, but there wasn't a whole lot of traction. So I think that's one of the ideas behind coming up with a permanent committee for a while, maybe even it's a temporary committee for a while, to help the commission to, first of all, there's obviously some low-hanging fruit, that, as the saying goes, that we can look at. There are some things in the report that show that you can, of a timetable of less than 6 months to implement. One of the ideas, as we've indicated already, was the volunteer fair that's already been taken on. So I think what they're looking for is let them come up with a way of networking with staff and with Next and some of the priorities, especially in the world of communication and working with police and fire and DPS departments, to come up with some ideas, and then once they come up with those ideas and get staff buy-in, come back to the commission with what they think can be implemented.
Okay, Commissioner, comments? Commissioner Host.
Mark, the most intriguing stat you have is 70-80% of the people want to volunteer. I know you're starting out with that, but I think of what the police department does for some of our older neighbors and the fire department, which I'm very thankful for. But so much of the older people's problems could possibly be alleviated by this 78%, whoever they are.
Exactly. I agree, 100%. When we spent a lot of time on this because it was a stunning statistic to us, especially given what we've had trouble, finding people for boards and those kind of thing. But that's what the numbers said. And Chris, I don't know, was it well attended?
It was very well attended, and the library did one about 2 weeks prior to ours.
Okay.
So with that information, so we had 25 organizations and probably 250 people went through, and I think probably comparable to the library. A lot of interest, a lot of names, and
So yeah, if it's an untapped, and you think about it, Next only has 2 full-time employees, 12 part-time? 12 part-time, and the rest of their entire staff is all done with volunteer work. So what's the number of hours?
I think you're gonna say people.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And it's a lot, but yeah, they do a lot with, why can't we tap into that? And then maybe this committee can figure out a way to tap into that resource. And you could get that, maybe transportation services, for home repair services, all kinds of things. But it needs to be vetted and understood and then come up with a plan.
Just a quick question.
Yes, Commissioner Schreiber.
Do you contemplate like any alliance with like high school students who might need service hours? Is there any work being done at the high school to kind of blend these two ideas together to get young people thinking about older people?
Currently there is a program where young people come over to Next and then sit down with older people and talk about things. Is that correct, Chris?
And service hours for yard cleanup.
Yeah, and service hours for yard cleanup. But in this paradigm shift between BPS sponsoring the home and us taking the building, I think this is the opportunity we can try, hopefully expand upon that. Melissa runs the people who have the boards. Well, there's some community liaisons over at the schools that maybe we can touch into and try and figure out a way to get even more volunteer hours out of the high school kids. And for the most part, people who volunteer with the older people actually really enjoy it.
Sure.
It's just a matter of getting them into the system and getting them interested in doing it.
Commissioner Everett.
Yeah, I just had a question, or maybe it's a comment. I saw, and I forget where it is in the packet, but you've got 690 respondents on
Yeah.
the survey. So I was wondering, when I was first reading this last night, about the quality of the data of the survey. And it said it's the most respondents we've ever had on a survey or
It
something
is.
like that.
It's the largest response we've ever gotten from a community survey. And I think a lot of it goes to the way it was done. Our community survey was only 2 pages in length, and then we put it in every water bill in the city. So we got about 50-50. We had 50% return from the mail and 50% from online. So I think that's one of the reasons that, again, out-of-the-box thinking, as mentioned earlier, so many older people only communicate through the mail, so that when it was in their mail, it was important to them and they communicated back. So it was a way that we were able to get in touch with people who traditionally we don't get in touch with.
And then that gave the committee confidence to use the data to help to
Exactly.
craft this report.
Exactly.
You knew you had a good data set.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Protem Bowler.
Okay, if no one else. Along those lines, there was a certain percentage of the respondents who were over a certain age, correct? I recall seeing that. 70-some% were over 65, is that possible? Did I saw that?
I think that number's somewhere, but I'm not pulling it off. I don't know what it is off the top
Yeah,
of
I'd be
my
interested in
head.
hearing that.
Yeah.
And
I'm
following
sure
up,
that was an older, yes.
say,
I'm sorry, I'm sure it was an older average.
skewed older.
Yes.
And following up a little bit with Commissioner Schaefer's question about kids and BPS, you mentioned in here enhanced coordination, if you will, with BPS. Were they involved at all in doing this report?
They were not.
Okay. Have they seen the report?
I don't know if they have or not.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So-
I'll give you, just, I don't know, quite finish now, then I'll comment.
So, first of all, I mean, to comment on it, I would commend the amount of work that was put in. It's really impressive. And the amount of information in here is great. It really is. And I think what we do with it, what we do with this information, what we do with your recommendations is what's important and what's going to matter as far as whether, we get this stuff done and whether it's successful or not. The two big entities here are Next and the city. And Next is we've talked about this in other contexts. So we have a government, and there are things that government does and things that government doesn't do. So if you look at this report, and if they suggest zoning changes specifically, well, that's something we have to do. There's no way anyone else is going to do that. There are aspects of this, though, that appear, this looks like a really good plan for Next. There's a lot of stuff in here that I think Next ought to be doing, and we ought to be careful and at least knowingly do anything we do that knowingly blends Birmingham city government with Next. So, for example, my eyebrows go up when you suggest that a Next representative be present at city staff meetings. I've never been invited to a city staff meeting. So, that's kind of an interesting idea, which I would say, well, is Next a member of city staff? And I think the answer is no, and so my answer to that proposal would be, I don't know. So I think I almost would like to throw this into ChatGPT and say, I want you to pull out the stuff that's appropriate for Next and for a 501c3 serving seniors that works with the city, and what's the appropriate stuff for the city to do. And I think you'd start to see a separation there, and you might actually have two separate action plans, or let's say 3 action plans. This is the stuff Next can and should do, and can do on its own pretty much. This is the stuff the city can and should do, and maybe we're the only ones who can do it. And then maybe a third group of things where perhaps we have to collaborate on them. So that's just my high level.
Right. And that is addressed to some degree in the plan in the back where it's got all the who's for the action steps. Most of them are blended. They have multiple responsibilities. And so that's gonna,
In reference to the school you brought, I think the school to me it's a big deal because the Birmingham Public Schools has always been supportive of older people, older adults. And I think that we have an opportunity. I'll give you some examples. I don't know if you've ever attended a school play at Seahome or Groves. They're amazing. And yet we don't really, don't really market those or network those to our older population. It's local. They could 3 or 4 people could get together and go to a play at Groves or Seahome, and it'd be outstanding. Well, maybe we get it so that anyone who's over 50 can go to those plays for free. I don't know. Sporting events. I don't know if you're going to a football game on a Friday night or a swim meet or a basketball game. If it was free for older people, well, maybe they would want to go and maybe they'd be engaged more or go watch the ball game at Seahome High School. I just think there's a lot of opportunities. Birmingham Community Education. They have an entire branch of government at the schools dedicated to community education. Why aren't we availing ourselves to that? Why are we not connecting with that? I think we can. I think at least we should at least look at that and how we connect with that.
Commissioner Long.
First of all, excellent job, everybody. It's a start, but how do we go from here? And I would like to see what the temperature is of the commission to formally have a permanent aging in place committee that would then, I see that committee interacting with the city, with the library, with the city schools, with the commission, and start to get some of these things implemented. I mean, it's a long list, and if we don't start into it, it's not going to get done. So I would be in favor of doing that as a way to get this going. But a lot of work went into this, and very impressive. I've gone on record numerous times to say that I think we do a lot of things great. Next is tremendous, but I think we can do better, and this is along those lines.
So that would follow the model that we used for the sustainability. We started with an ad hoc committee. They produced the report. We reviewed it in depth at a workshop. And then we directed, and they made the request to become a permanent committee. And then the commission gave direction back to the city manager's office to go work on that. And then they brought it back to us with, they have to create the charter, the roles, the number of seats, the terms, the requirements. And so it would take a little bit of time, I would think, but it's the same model that we used before.
Right.
So.
And then one last comment. If you're saying that there's a lot of seniors who want to volunteer their time, and they all have very distinct and unique skill sets from their careers, and we have a large number of openings on a lot of. I would like to see some type of organization workshop or whatever where we bring our seniors in and we find out what their backgrounds are, what they might be a good fit on, and start filling some of these positions that have gone empty for a long time. And I think that would be a good thing to do sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hay.
No, she had a hand up.
Oh, well, it doesn't.
Commissioner Schaefer then.
No, I just had a comment about a permanent committee. One of the thoughts I had was, I know we have students on boards and committees, and their commitment levels are,
Variable.
yes. But what I wondered is with the proximity of the 2 high schools, in our community. I mean, they're both like, a mile from one another, but maybe to help engage the students, if maybe for some of the meetings, the committee met at the school. There's kind of this idea of meeting people where they are, and this might encourage the young people to attend, or if you get with the curriculum people at school, if there's, I don't know, a sociology class or some kind of social studies class where maybe, part of that experience is sitting on the board and interfacing with these types of discussions because young people get older, so maybe that's a way of increasing their engagement as you form this committee. So just a thought.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Again, echoing everybody in the amount of work, the amount of time and the effort put into this. I think you've all done a lot of work here. There's an awful lot of data to absorb and to process. One of the things that I would prefer to see out of it is kind of similar theme. Right now, I don't see a priority ranking. If we add them all up, here's 70 things. Please do them. I can only start with one at a time. So if there was an order of priority, that would be very helpful for everybody, I think, to see where you see it. Other observations. So in the community study, it had a very high response rate, which was extremely encouraging. But I noticed that there were also paper copies handed out in places where residents of other municipalities do come, like the library. Do we know how many municipalities that are not Birmingham had people send those answers in?
Yes, it was a very small number. We did it all by zip code, and that's included, we have that data. It's a very small number.
All right, because when we move on to one of the other items future, we get messages from other communities asking us to spend money for them. Commissioner Balla touched on this as well, and I'll go down this pathway. Now, I said before quite clearly that I think the services that we receive from Next are invaluable, and I will continue to say that. The support they give seniors is invaluable, but it's not city government. It's a service provider that we've chosen to provide a service, much as we choose, and that's the only analogy I can think of, so please forgive it, much as we choose SOCRA. Do we invite SOCRA to staff meetings so that they can pick out the colour of our garbage cans? No, we don't. A service provider is a service provider, it's not staff. A service provider can go out to bid. We can bid it out to anyone else. If Area Agency on Aging came back with a better deal, then perhaps they could take the role, is the example I'm trying to give. So we do need to, this needs to be separated back out again, because a lot of things here are being treated as though it's a branch of local government, and it's not. It is a service that we contract out. That may sound a little harsh, but that's what it is. It's the same as any other service. So I'd just like to make sure that we do keep that in mind, and we choose the service because of what we get for the money. So again, don't take it the wrong way, but it's apples and oranges, that's all. I think right now those are the main things for me. Thank you.
Commissioner Host.
I want to thank the members of the Ad Hoc Aging in Place Committee for producing a thorough and thoughtful plan, and I specifically want to thank Mr. J. Reynolds for being a part of it with such dynamic ladies. I'm in favor of this report, and I would second Commissioner Anthony Long's idea of a resolution to turn this into a regular committee. But I do have one caveat, and that is that we need to be clear that this plan is intended to advise us, not direct us. By accepting it, we're not committing to support any specific initiative, project, or expenditure. What we're affirming is our support for the broader vision and the goals of the plan to make it as hospitable as possible for older Birmingham people to end their days in Birmingham. So I look forward to using this report as a resource to inspire new thinking and inform our decisions in the months and years ahead.
100%, Commissioner Host. I think we're all in agreement that this is advisory, this is a plan, and much like the sustainability plan, it does not direct or approve projects or expenditures. So,
I would like to see recommendations. That's my
Right.
observation about priorities. I would like to see that as, what do you think is the most important, second most important, et cetera. I really would like to see that because, honestly, I can read this, and this is a condensing of vast amounts of information and knowledge. I mean, it really is. But now, what do? Flip a coin 70 times? Honestly, I don't know.
64 times. 64.
well, thank you for counting.
64 actions.
May I, one?
Yes.
If we are in favor of making a permanent committee, I think that the commission should also weigh in on who certain members should be. For example, there should be a member from Next, I think. There should be a member from the city. Maybe there should be a member from the Birmingham schools and from the library. And maybe there should be other members from, in the crowd who already have worked hard to put this together. But I think that we need to have kind of some guidelines with
Right.
regard to that as well.
And I think that having heard that guidance from the commission, the city manager will come back to us with, just like they did for the sustainability committee, they'll come back with a motion, since we don't take actions during workshops, they'll come back at a later meeting with a motion and a suggestion for the makeup of the committee, which we can weigh in on.
Excellent.
Mayor Pro Tem Beller?
Yeah, I'm going to sort of dissent a little bit. I think we'd be jumping the gun on that right now, given that we're in the midst of the community center project, and I would say we ought to see how that shakes out before we create another committee. But I'm just one voice. Probably wouldn't happen anyway very quickly, but I don't know, maybe it would. I heard a couple people talk in favor of the committee, but I didn't hear direction.
If I may.
Favor of the committee, general direction?
I'm not getting any younger.
I mean,
Yeah.
I would be in support of creating the committee.
I would as well. I think while we do have, something in front of us right now at the building, I think this whole concept is independent of a physical space, right? I think it's a mentality, it's a mission to serve the older population. So I think while that could complicate it, it's semi-independent, so I'd be supportive of a.
Okay, and as am I, so.
I'm going to say Commissioner Schaefer hit the nail on the head. It's the mindset. It's not the physical location. It's the thought process. So in that respect, yes. But I would like to maybe change it ever so slightly. Could the existing committee actually, like I said, I prefer to see prioritized recommendations from this. Would they consider extending long enough to break that down into that prioritization or that Pareto to help us? Because then that might help with the construction of the committee's members, because it may need certain skill sets that are tending towards a direction first. But having a group that are dedicated to it is absolutely a good idea.
Well, I'm obviously in favor of it since I suggested it. I'll just throw it in.
So is the ad hoc committee still, are they suspended with the completion of the report? That's what happened to sustainability.
Yes.
So it's,
Yes.
they're
Their ad hoc committee, their time is up.
already done.
No way of extending it in some way, shape, or form to help?
If it went to a full committee later on, maybe that would be the first thing that they come to as
Okay.
a recommendation.
All right, so any public comment on this plan? Anyone like to add thoughts or speak in support of? Either in the room or online using the raise your hand function, and we'll call on you. All right. Any?
Unlike Christy.
Christy Barrett, thank you. Miss Barrett.
Disappeared.
She did?
Yep, she was there, and then she's not.
All All right, so last call for public
Oh, there
comment.
she's back. Oh, she's
back.
All right, so Christy Barrett.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm out of town, so I kind of jumped on this at the last minute, but I did read through the aging in place plan, and it certainly is comprehensive. I think as far as a vulnerability standpoint in the community, everything needs to be looked a little bit broader because if you look at the actual cohort, instead of a percentage standpoint, but an actual standpoint, that cohort is not as big as what a percentage would the perception would be. In 2050, you're still going to have 78% of the population is going to be less than 50, and in fact, the median age today is 41, and the median age in 2050 is predicted to be 42. So to me, it's not this giant tsunami of aging and vulnerable people, primarily because the last of the baby boomers are going to be 85 in 12 years, and then the numbers plateau and then fall off. Granted, seniors are living longer. What I would like to see is an expanded version of all vulnerable populations within our city, including autism, cognitively impaired. These are it's a very large community. They're equally as vulnerable, and they have aging parents, and we're not doing anything to support these groups. I haven't asked us to, but if we're going to support one, let's support all. We could be an autism-friendly community. We could be a Down syndrome-friendly community. There are communities around the country who actually have pizza and coffee shops that are exclusively run by Down syndrome, high-functioning Down syndrome kids. But we're not, there's not just one vulnerable population in this community. In fact, the entire reason that the SMART millage passed was for adults with disabilities. And I was a special education advocate for 12 years. In fact, there are two people on this screen right here who I was your advocate when your children were in school. And they know that I know my stuff. But you're missing an opportunity when you talk about, what I was saying is the SMART millage passed, and because of that was for, young adults with disabilities or anybody with a disability, and I have, friends with kids with Down syndrome who take that SMART bus to work at Kroger. They don't ask anybody to help them, so, because they're not coming forth doesn't mean we need to disregard them. So if you're going to create some kind of fourth section of government or whatever the intent is, let's include everybody and include all vulnerable populations, because that's what a community should do.
Thank you. Any other comment in the room or online? Please use the raise your hand function. All right, seeing none, bringing it back to the commission. Any final remarks?
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
Mark mentioned how people can volunteer that have ADA compliant houses. We also have a number of builders who are certified in aging in place, and I know one of them is more than willing to do a seminar on what it entails if anybody's interested.
Great idea. All right, anything else? All right, then we are adjourned. Thank you. The regular commission meeting will begin at 7:30.
I would like to
I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Birmingham City Commission for May 5th, 2025, here at the Municipal Building at 151 Martin Street at 7:32 p.m. If you would all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Long,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard,
Here.
Commissioner Emmerine,
Here.
Commissioner Haig,
Here.
Commissioner Host,
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Long,
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here. All right, thank you. We move to proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations, confirmations, administration of oath, and introduction of guests and announcements. Our first announcement is to wish happy birthday to our newest commissioner, Commissioner Emmerine.
Thank you, everybody. Very
And
kind.
as is our normal procedure, singing or no singing?
No singing.
No singing, all right. So,
But I would also like to say Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, because that Sunday is Mother's Day coming up. So for any mothers in the room,
thank you.
it's usually always around my birthday. Almost always.
So then I'm guessing you never forget it. All right, we next have a proclamation of National Historic Preservation Month, and noting Wallace Frost architecture in Birmingham. Every year in May, local preservation groups, historical societies, businesses, and civic organizations across the country celebrate Preservation Month through events that promote historic places and heritage tourism. And whereas the city of Birmingham has declared Historic Preservation Month as a public purpose to safeguard the heritage of the city by preserving districts that reflect elements of its history, architecture, archaeology, engineering, and culture, and whereas Birmingham is home to many examples of high quality and distinctive and historic architecture, especially that of renowned architect Wallace Frost, and whereas Wallace Frost designed his first house in 1921 for himself and his wife on Tooting Lane, his last residence on Bonnie Briar in 1941, and his last home in Birmingham in 1951 on North Lawn. People who live in houses he built often call them Wally houses, and whereas of the 44 buildings in Birmingham designed by Wallace Frost, only 36 remain and are deserving of celebration, recognition, and preservation. Now, therefore, be it resolved with this official proclamation that I, Therese Long, Mayor of the City of Birmingham, on behalf of the City Commission, citizens, and businesses of Birmingham, declare Preservation Month 2025 to be a celebration of Wallace Frost and his architecture in Birmingham. Our next announcement is a proclamation declaring May 2025 to be Amyotrophic Lateral Sclerosis Awareness Month. ALS, commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease, is a progressive fatal neurodegenerative disease in which a person's brain loses connection with their muscles, slowly reducing a person's ability to walk, talk, eat, and eventually breathe. And whereas thousands of new ALS cases are reported every year, and whereas the average patient diagnosed with ALS survives only 2 to 5 years, and whereas the exact causes of ALS are unknown, and there's no known cure for ALS, and whereas securing access to new therapies, durable medical equipment, and communication technologies is of vital importance to people living with ALS, and whereas the ALS Association is the largest philanthropic funder of ALS research globally and has committed more than $154 million to support more than 550 projects across the United States and 18 other countries, and whereas ALS Awareness Month provides an opportunity to increase public awareness of the dire circumstances of people living with ALS. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Long, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as ALS Awareness Month and call upon Americans to join in supporting ALS research, advocating for increased funding, and standing in solidarity with those affected by this relentless disease. All right, we now move to appointments. We have a student applicant to the Ad Hoc Senior Rec Center Committee, Annalie Nguyen? Nguyen. And
Win, W-I-N.
Win. Thank you. You're welcome to come to the microphone and tell us why you would like to be the student representative on this committee.
As I get closer to my graduation, I have been thinking more and more about what I want to do with my life after high school. And I really thought long and hard about it, and one of the things I'd really like to think more about is the government. I really think that if I want to make a change, that I must be the change. And in order for that to happen, I have to exercise all of my rights as an American citizen, one of which is participation in the government. I think this would be a great way for me to see if working in the government is really something I want to do when I'm older. But I also think that even if I decide this isn't the right path for me, I can still make a change within my community for the better.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Nguyen?
No, thank you.
Any questions of the commission for Ms. Nguyen? No. All right, thank you. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Here, oh,
Do you want to make it?
no,
Oh,
go
okay.
right ahead.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Annalee Nguyen to the Ad hoc Senior Recreation Center Committee to serve the remainder of a 3-year term to expire on March 4th, 2027.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. All right, Ms. Nguyen, if you'll wait until we conclude our appointments, the clerk will swear you in. All right, we also have an appointment to the Board of Zoning Appeals. We have Mr. Carl Kona, who's currently and has been an alternate for 3 years, who has applied to be a regular member of the BZA to serve the remainder of a 3-year term expiring October 10th, 2025. Is Mr. Kona expected to be with us?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? All right. So what's the commission's pleasure? Mr.
I'd
Host?
like to think we know Carl from previously, and for him to finally make it as a full member, he has been very diligent for 3 years as the alternate, and I think we should move forward with him.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Carl Kona as a regular member of the Board of Zoning Appeals to serve the remainder of a 3-year term to expire October 10th, 2025.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, did you want to swear in?
Technically, with the students, I don't have to
Okay.
because they're not voting members.
All right, well then, thank you, Ms. Nguyen. You're free to go at any time, or to stay and enjoy the rest of the meeting.
Thank you for volunteering.
Yes. All right, now we are open to the public for matters not on the agenda. If you'd like to make a brief comment about something that is not on this evening's agenda, you are welcome to come to the microphone and state your name and address and make that comment.
Hello, my name is Allison Gaudreau, and I am the president of the Community House, 380 South 8th Street. So I'd like to read a message from our board chair, Camille Jane, who's unable to attend the meeting tonight. Camille has 25 years of experience as a turnaround CEO, as you probably well know, and she led the Community House from the fall of 2011 through the spring of 2015. She asked me to share this. The Community House was the only nonprofit in my career. It was the smallest organization and the most difficult. We were extremely successful from 2011 to 2015 because we not only had the support of the residential and business communities, but we also had excellent relationships with all the other local nonprofits in the area: Baldwin Library, Care House, Orchards, Variety, FAR, and the YMCA. It worked because we all had distinct names, brands, and missions. And even though we each had enrichment classes, lectures, and meeting rooms, we were careful not to muddy or misrepresent who we were to the public. We all supported each other. The Y and Next have recreational and senior programming, a clear distinction from the Community House. The Community House is known for having 5-star ratings for hospitality, socialization, learning, and outreach in a beautiful environment. To position that Birmingham does not currently have this is just not true. I ask you to put your business hats on and ask yourself, why would anyone want to hurt our revitalization and muddy things by having community in the new entity's name? It will definitely hurt the Community House's ability to revitalize and sustain, and it just doesn't make good business sense for any of the entities. We are a 102-year-old nonprofit that has given so much to the community over the years. Why create an issue now that has never been a problem before? Please take community out of the permanent name of the new project. It was not there initially, and we ask that it be removed now. Thank you.
All right, my name is Tim Hunt, and I'm currently General Manager and VP of Patron Relations at the Community House in Birmingham. The Community House, while not an official part of the city, serves a special role for the citizens of Birmingham. We're a very public-facing organization and one that many residents turn to when they have a need for educational, cultural, or social enrichment. Over the years, many constituents incorrectly refer to us as the Birmingham Community Center. Over the last few months, with much discussion about the Birmingham Community and Senior Center project, there has already been great impact on the Community House. Confusion from the constituents on the name has led to weekly phone calls and visits from residents who are confused, thinking we are affiliated with the project due to the name. We've even had members of Next show up at our front desk asking to pay their dues. This never happened before this project started and used the working name Birmingham Community and Senior Center. As we kindly redirect them, we can see the frustration growing on their faces. This will only get worse. Please remove community from the name of the proposed building, avoid branding and operational issues for all involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Any public comment online, you can use the raise your hand function and we will call on you.
Good evening. My name is Rodney Lockwood. I live at 650 Lakeview. And my wife Patrice is here, and my neighbor Joy Cantor is here also. We have two dogs, which I frequently get walked by my wife, and she goes around the neighborhood walking these two little Cavalier King Charles Spaniels. And when she comes back, she expresses concern over the number of trees that have been cut down, large legacy trees, and asked if there's something that we could do or learn more about it. So Patrice did a FOIA request in January, and we received many documents from the city at quite a considerable expense to us, by the way. And in that process became, let's say, concerned that there might be, that there could be a better way to be approaching the situation here in Birmingham with these beautiful trees averaging probably 24 inches in diameter. And just to back up a little bit, 4 decades ago, I was on the advisory parking committee for the city of Birmingham. In fact, became chair of it at one point. And that's when the Chester's parking structure was built. So I became familiar with the advisory committee structure. And I think this is a situation here in Birmingham where we could have, the city could benefit by having citizen input into the tree preservation issues that are in front of us. So I'm respectfully ask that the commission at some point perhaps strongly consider a situation of establishing a citizens advisory committee on tree preservation or on canopy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room or online? Use the raise your hand function.
Hi, I'm Patrice Lockwood, live at 650 Lakeview, and I'm the dog walker. But I've lived in Birmingham for over 40 years now and moved here and love it so much because I enjoy the beautiful fauna, the beautiful canopy, and just the ambiance of Birmingham. And in the process of strolling the neighborhood over the last few years, I see a pretty considerable change in the ambiance of Birmingham. We've lost a lot of the canopied trees that make this such a special place, and that concerns me, and so I am here to express that concern and see if there is perhaps a better way that we can determine the viability of some of our monument trees in this city.
Thank you. All right, anyone else would like to make a public comment for an item not on the agenda?
Hi there, I'm the neighbor, Joy Cantor, and I walk my dogs too, and I'm always outside. Anyway, it just seems that even since I've moved in, which was about 11 or 12 years ago, I see such a difference in so many streets. So many were full canopies when I got here, and I see many, many, many that are not anymore, and it's very sad. And it's not just about the ambiance, it's so much more than that, and it's not just about the historical significance of some of these monument trees. It's also about, nobody's going to like this, but it's also global warming and keeping the streets cooled and the homes cooled and the children that love. My daughter's tree was taken down the other day. Humongous tree. No wires around. Not doing anything to anybody. Beautiful root exposure with flowers growing out of some of the nips and tucks, and it was just, could be on a cover of a book. They took it down. We didn't know it was coming down. There was no knocker left. There was no phone call made. There was no one that showed up at the house. How do I know? Both of my kids are remote. My daughter and my son-in-law work remote, so one is always there. They just moved back from London a couple years ago. They only have one car. They're used to walking and riding their bikes everywhere. Somebody's always home, and this tree came down, and the logs that are usually left behind for a number of days were removed immediately. I have pictures of those logs. There was very minimal damage of any kind, from disease or whatever, to this particular tree and to many that I have photographed the last year or so. I look for the damage. I want to know that a tree was taken down because it was to protect us and our kids and the cars and people and so on and so forth. But when a tree is taken down and maybe doesn't need to be taken down, I don't understand. I honestly don't understand. And maybe if we had communication, then the residents could understand. And then we wouldn't feel some of the grief and frustration and aggravation over all this, not to mention our property values. My street, Lakeview, in the last 2 years, we've lost about 8 very large trees. I believe 4 or 5 of them were taken down this winter. In fact, in front of 2 houses, 3 gigantic trees were taken down all at once, and the logs were left behind for quite a while. You can hear in my voice I'm very frustrated, and it's just not right. Our homes are very special to us, and we all live here for good reason. It's the community, it's the beauty, it's the people, it's the walkability, the little lakes, the parks, the kids. Something needs to change, and I want to propose that we can make a citizen group, resident group, where we can communicate between the neighbors and you guys and see what we can do to make things better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing back the topic. George Dogard. I was on the planning board for 5 years, city commission for 8 years, and pushed for a tree ordinance. Many communities around Birmingham, for your information, have tree ordinances. Bloomfield Hills, the list goes on. And the city commission, I didn't get much support for it, but maybe this commission can move ahead with a tree ordinance. And for example, Royal Oak did a study just a few years ago, and the tree canopy, comparing Birmingham to other communities, has definitely dropped.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment in the room? Online? Seeing none, we will move to the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered under the last item of new business. So do any commissioners, Commissioner Host?
Madam Mayor, I'm not recusing myself, but one of the 3 officers in item F, as in Frank, lives with me.
Thank you, Commissioner Host.
Are you removing item F?
No.
No.
I would like to remove item F.
Okay, Commissioner Baller is removing item F, and Commissioner Host disclosed a relationship with one of the officers involved with the nonprofit. related to item F, but there is no conflict because there is no personal benefit to Commissioner Host from this activity. Okay, any other commissioners like to remove items from the consent agenda? Do any members of the public wish to remove an item from the consent agenda? Anyone online? Use the raise your hand function. Seeing none, could we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to move the consent agenda with the exception of item F.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Any discussion from the public on the motion? Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bauer?
Yes.
And Mayor Long?
Yes. Would the commission like to handle item F now? Yes. Commissioner Bauer.
Well, congratulations to Commissioner Host on this item. This is, I think it's worth noting, just anyone watching, because you'll see this thing pop up over by our Chesterfield Fire Station. It is a memorial outdoor children's reading library dedicated to Patricia Andrews, who is a longtime resident of Birmingham and a historian, much loved. And would you like, I would like to invite Commissioner Host to say a sentence or two, and
Okay.
then I would move the suggested resolution.
Pat and Ed moved into Chesterfield. They're the third house north of Court and Market. In 1947, they built their house, and I don't know when they decided to put a fire station there, but you should know that Pat and Ed Andrews went around the neighborhood with cookies and said what an attribute this will be to have this fire station so close at hand, fire station number 2. That is just one of the gazillion cookies she's delivered to, various events. And she is one of the founders of the Court and Lake Neighborhood Association. And, of course, she's one of the true historians of Birmingham. And all of her materials are with the library now. And we're hoping that people will get more interested in the history of Birmingham.
Thank you, Commissioner Host.
I defer to you if you would like to make the motion.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to see F as in Frank passed.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comment on the motion? Any comment on the motion from the public? Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Valley?
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
All right. Congratulations on all of the work from everyone who worked so hard to keep the memory of Pat Andrews alive. You left out the part about how she was a beloved teacher.
Correct, yeah. She certainly was beloved, and she taught at Pierce, Midvale, and Quarton, and she knew every student to this day.
And had a historical museum in her garage while she was alive. So it was wonderful. All right, we move to the city manager's report. There is none. There will be one at the second commission meeting of this month. We move to unfinished business. Under unfinished business this evening, we have the resolution to approve the final design for the Birmingham Senior and Community Center and the item to consider placing a potential bond proposal on the ballot. Nearly 2 years ago, we had the opportunity to purchase the YMCA building for a very favorable price under the Y's prior executive director. This purchase was made with the intent of maintaining public use of this facility rather than selling it to private developers and to provide a permanent home for Next. We then heard from many in the community about the importance of this facility serving not just seniors, but families and children, and we certainly heard about the importance of maintaining the pool. When Mr. Underwood returned as executive director of the YMCA and indicated a change of course, that they wanted to stay in Birmingham, We saw an opportunity to help residents maintain low-cost access to fitness, recreation, and other community programs, as well as to the pool. We saw the potential for this project to be transformational for children and families and seniors, providing cradle-to-grave services in one location. But we began this project under very different circumstances. And with the final design and cost estimates in hand, I think it behooves us to have a conversation about reevaluating and reconsidering this project. Several things have occurred since we began that are out of our control. An outcome of the last national election was the loss of expected federal funding for this community center that had been expected to cover approximately 1/3 of the construction costs. In the current economic climate, there are concerns about economic instability, inflationary pressures, and loss of federal programs and services. The cost of the project has increased from what we originally estimated due to increased supply costs and concerns about tariffs. So we are at an inflection point where we have a wonderful, elegant design done by Newman Smith that suits the site, and we have very good final cost estimates from our consultant, Clark. But the commission needs to ask is if it is responsible for us to move forward in this environment. I would like to ask the commission to consider that we move to discuss reconsidering the Birmingham Senior and Community Center project at a future commission meeting, and that we also move to table the 2 items under unfinished business this evening until we have that discussion.
Second.
Thoughts, comments?
I've been a big proponent of this. When we first talked about it, I had difficulty even at the $32 million mark. The thought process was that it was going to probably hopefully come in the high 20s, and that we were going to have a government grant and some other things offsetting the cost. And now we've gone up another $5 million. $5 million. If you were building a house and you were going to spend $1 million, and they came back and it went up 15%, I think you'd pause as well. I think a pause in this situation is fiscally responsible, and I say that having given at least 2 or not 3 hours every week for most weeks for the last year on the ad hoc committee of my time. And I don't care about my time. That's not the point. The point is that this is an important thing for the city. I've gone on record to say that we do great things for our aging in place elders that we just talked about for an hour at the last meeting. But I think we can do better, and I think we should do better. But I don't know if spending $36 or $37 million on a community center right now in the economic climate that we have with costs skyrocketing is the right thing to do right now. So I'm in favor of, at the very least, pausing at the moment to have a greater discussion, and then go from there. And I say that with great disappointment. But we were elected to make decisions on behalf of 21,000 residents and to be fiscally responsible, and to have costs go up $5 million, to me, tips the balance for me to say, I think we need to pause. I'd like to hear what the rest of the commission thinks.
Commissioner Hain.
So it's an interesting observation that you've made there, and the other commissioners have also made. Cost-wise, it's actually not even 15%, because if we look at the square footage compared to the original estimate, we were at close to 51,000. Now we're down to, was it 46 something? So it's actually more like a 23% cost increase when you look at the cost per square foot. And that's big, because I think the construction contingency was only 10%. We blew past that and then kept going with this cost estimate. And yes, I think the economic conditions that the country is in, that the area especially is in, is not A lot of people think it's rosy out there. It's not. You're not seeing the true unemployment numbers in Oakland County. 1/3 of Michigan's employment is automotive. Automotive is in a dire place right now. There's an awful lot of people that are unemployed. You just don't notice it. I know 2 CFOs that live here in Birmingham that have been made unemployed in the last year. CFOs. One of their companies is no longer going to exist by mid-year. It's gone. I think this is the right decision to pause it. We have I am truly impressed by the design work. I got to say, the stuff that's been done and the optimization of the space that Mr. Stock and your team, I'm impressed. You've heard me pushing back on you many times. I think you've done a great job in trying to squeeze stuff in there. So I do want to give credit for the work that's been done. But the cost estimate is definitely way out there with some of the other things we're looking at, and it's a big deal. Now, for those that were here earlier for the ad hoc Aging in Place Committee results, we did have a very interesting statement that was made. That it's not necessarily about the place, it's the mindset, it's the thought, it's the concept of how we provide services. Services are not necessarily tied to a single building at all. They don't need to be. There's absolutely zero requirement to have a specific place. I've spoken frequently about, I look at my mother's situation back in England, and she goes to one place on Monday, a different place on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and loves it because she likes the variety. So I think having a pause, having a rethink, and rescoping is appropriate right now for us to do. But the concern that I now have is it's going to we have risk of missing the November window, which some people will be concerned about, but I don't think we need to be super concerned about it because, again, it's a service, it's not a place, and we here, I believe, will do everything we can to make sure that the residents of Birmingham continue to have services to support them in their social, emotional well-being needs. And that's
Well, I
really
think we
important.
can have the conversation in time to make the November window if that's what the commission chooses to do. But I think we need to have the conversation.
We have to have the conversation, but I want to also, and I've spoken about this before, you've always got to have a backup plan. And to me, the backup plan is to make sure that we're always being able to provide those services as services, support services for those that need them. And that, to me, is an important part of this conversation, because I think a pause is the right thing to do. I really do. I'm very encouraged by this to allow us to think. But I'm very concerned to make sure that we have that piece of the safety net in place for everybody else, no matter what happens next. So that's the only real thing I want to say.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Bauer.
So there's probably a few people in this room who think I had something to do with this. I didn't. I was taken as much by surprise as many of you. And Mayor Long, I applaud your leadership and your courage. This is a big one. Wow. I mean, I agree. This needs to be discussed in the context of all of the other things we have to do. There's just a lot of conversation we haven't had, and we need to practice communicating. And this is a great opportunity to do a better job communicating with one another, communicating with the community, communicating with these organizations, encouraging the organizations to communicate with each other, one another. And so, yeah, there's a lot to talk about. So I welcome the opportunity to step back and talk about it.
Yep, so as I said, when we started this project, I think we made good decisions in the context of the time. It was a very different time. Like I said, we expected that we were going to have federal funding to help cover some of the costs. We no longer have that. And the costs have gone up and the use has changed somewhat. And we've done our very, very best to try to accommodate what we thought was an opportunity to maintain that access to low-cost recreational services and to a community pool. I recall the sadness and the disappointment when we tore down Barnum and the community lost access to that pool. So I think we've worked really hard to try to come to a solution, but now that we have the final designs, which are wonderful, and we have the final cost, it's very high. And the situation around us economically is very different. And I think I would just like to have the opportunity, as I said, to have the commission think about the whole issue broadly. I don't believe that there's any appetite to put this on the ballot for an August election, and so therefore we don't need to have that bond conversation tonight. So like I said, the motion that that I have made and that Commissioner Host has seconded is to have a conversation about this project at a future commission meeting, and then to table the approval of the final design and to table the discussion about any proposed bond until we've had that discussion. So we have a motion, we have a second. Do we have any other comment? Commissioner Emmerich.
I'm not going to elaborate too much more. I agree with everybody else. I also sat on that committee, still currently a vacant seat member on that committee, put in a lot of time and effort, and that committee's put in a lot of work, and so has staff and the YMCA and Next. I was interested to hear Commissioner Haig mention the cost per square foot price increase, because that's exactly how I looked at it too. I looked at the $5 million number, but then I divided it by the square footage and saw the same thing. I looked at it as a 22% increase. And that's absolutely a reason to potentially rethink this and discuss it at the commission. So I'm going to be in support of postponing these two items.
Yeah, likewise, I have been all along a very strong proponent. I think I've used the word opportunity several times throughout this endeavor that's been going on for, I don't know, it feels like a couple of years now. And I think, I'm also proud of this team for recognizing that sometimes in city government, in government in general, like things, balls get set in motion, and there's a cadence to the way things go, and it's not a fast cadence, let's be honest. We've been talking about this since Mr. Marcus was here as a city manager, so this has been ongoing. We've been having discussions about this for a couple of years now, and I think there's a suggestion sometimes that we're here to just rubber stamp things, that the city hands us things and we just nod our heads and say yes. And I think we don't actually do that. When we're driving a big ship, sometimes it's hard to turn the ship and make changes. But I think this is an opportunity to pause. Does not mean death. I think it just means we need a minute to regroup and rethink what the future of this whole endeavor is. And we have the responsibility to make sure that what we're putting in front of the community is vetted. I think we've gotten to a certain point with vetting, and I appreciate 3D rendering, so thank you for those. When I went and looked at the ad hoc committee packet, I was like, thank you, this is three-dimensional. Now I have a sense of what we're looking at, but so all of us, and some of you more than others of us up here, have put a lot of time into this, and I think this is an opportunity to not feel pressured by we have to submit the bond language by this date to get it on the ballot, and should it be this date, and should it be in November? We can just kind of breathe and give this a little moment to reflect on and wonder where we're going. Perhaps in the future, the economic climate will be different, maybe in our favor, but I would support the motion as well.
Any public comment on the motion?
Good evening, George Dogard. A few prepared comments this evening. So for those of you that don't remember, I served on the Birmingham City Commission for 8 years. During those years, actually the last 45 years, the city has underfunded senior services. Fortunately, Birmingham Public Schools filled the void with a building and paid the operating costs. For the last 30 years, BPS has generously given the city residents the use of Midvale School. The annual fair market value for that has been $300,000, a total of $9 million the city has avoided. BPS needs Midvale for other uses, and now is the time for the city to step up with a modern, inclusive building for seniors, recreational, community functions. We're heading down the home stretch for an excellent exterior design, work by Newman Smith, Clark Construction, one of the best in the business. They've also been chosen to do Oakland Hills. Great team. Last week, I also learned that Michael Duell, our local premier architect for landscaping, is part of the team. The center will add outstanding benefits for all ages at about $196 per average homeowner. That's actually less than the $212 that we talked about last year. So we've come up with a very efficient design of the building, even though costs have gone up, the design and the sizing of the building. So it's $212 last year, $196. I mean, that's not a whole lot of money. In the 20 years after the bond's paid off, we'll have an asset that's precious, free, and clear. Not only will the new center bring enjoyment, improvement of Birmingham's quality of life, it'll also increase the property values. For example, Mayor Barnett of Rochester Hills spoke to the Birmingham Senior Men's Club a couple months ago, and he talked about the seniors center in OPC in Rochester Hills. It's been a major driver for the people wanting to live in Rochester Hills. Birmingham, we don't have it. We've been late to the game, but now is the opportunity to move forward. Today, there's uncertain economic issues, but there was also uncertain activity in July of 2020. 3 of you commissioners will remember that night in July of 20 when you wisely voted to put the Parks bond on the ballot for November. Just like today, we have a relatively small number of people that have concerns pro and con regarding this project, this bond issue. The vast majority of the people in this community do not know the status. With an educational campaign, the voters understood back in 2020 the value it would bring to them and their values. It passed with 70% of the public vote, 70%. And tough things were very uncertain at that time, as you'll recall. Today, we have a fantastic Adams Park because of that bond, updated ice arena, pickleball courts, and many other features. Forward thinking by the commission at that time. I believe that placing the bond issue on the November ballot, I've always thought that that was a better solution, doing it in November, is the best timing for the Birmingham voters to understand this transformed community and senior center. I strongly support option number 2 when you have your discussions here in the next couple weeks. It adds needed multi-use space for those rooms. I think there should be at least 3 town hall meetings going forwards this summer to explain all the benefits within and outside the building and how it's going to fit into the community. Public feedback will be received, and good practical ideas can be incorporated in the design development stage of this project. I like how the project has come together. A lot of thought and discussion has taken place. I encourage you all to move forward with this in the next few weeks and target November, and join the other 30 communities around Oakland County that provide community and senior services for their people. So I would just close by saying all ages, one place. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Danny Hill. I live at 282 Wimbledon. I'm obviously here to speak about Wimbledon later, but right now I'm here to speak about the YMCA Next issue. I applaud the commission for not moving forward with this and thinking about having more time for such a large number of costs here. $37 million is a lot of money. And I agree that this should be something that should be well thought out and should take a lot of time and consideration before you actually move forward with a plan. What I just heard a commissioner say was that a 15% increase in a home estimate should warrant more time. Does a 214% increase on a road estimate warrant more time? When we asked a few weeks ago if we could have more time to discuss this issue of Wimbledon, we were shut out. We said we want more time to think about, can we gravel this road? Can we get some state funding in here? Can we get more time to get a better sense of the economy that I'm hearing commissioners talk about? The sense of the economy is really poor right now and the costs are really high. We're not getting that on Wimbledon. We're not getting that same sentiment. And I ask that you take into consideration that same sentiment later tonight when we discuss this issue.
Thank you.
Tim Bradley, 519 Wimbledon Drive. I too applaud the commission for the YMCA postponement tonight, including the postponement of the costly special election. My family's been YMCA users for years. My daughters swim and do gymnastics there. I also understand Next does some great things for our seniors, but we're living in uncertain economic times and we're experiencing skyrocketing costs, and I believe now's the time for Birmingham to focus on its infrastructure and roads and hold off on optional projects. Thank you.
And to complete the usual cast of characters, Rick Brodsky, 625 Wimbledon Drive. I echo all the things that those gentlemen just said. I don't know how city bonds work, the timeline and the process, but there's a pressing infrastructure issue in the city, and it comprises over 25 miles of road that is unimproved and needs work. I implore the city to consider further the idea of a bond that could, fund that infrastructure project instead of this bond for the senior community center. And I don't want to undermine the importance of that project, but the roads here are falling apart. A bond would spread the costs of the road improvements across generations. The people who live on Wimbledon now won't be stuck paying the full cost for everybody in the future. A bond for the roads is a viable idea. I think, I don't know as much about this as you all do, but I implore you to think about that further. Talk to you all later tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Paris Underwood, YMCA Metropolitan Detroit. I think simply put, we respect the decision and the direction of the commission. As you move forward for continued discussions, I just want to signal and state that we intend to continue to participate with the hopes that we would be able to stay involved. We would be invited to stay involved. We've been here for a long time. You all know that. We absolutely have enjoyed hearing of all the support in the community in these public meetings for the YMCA and for Next. I shared a letter a couple of weeks ago stating our intent, but as these conversations continue, I just want to make sure that you all are aware that we intend to continue to participate in the discussion and hope that you will continue to have us in that regard. We know that this is a great community. Obviously, we've been around for a long time, and we hope to be a contributor to what makes this community great. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Any comment online? Please use the raise your hand function. All right. Seeing none, Ms. Bingham, would you call?
There's a hand up.
Oh, where?
Miss Barrett.
Miss Barrett. Christy Barrett.
Yeah, hello. I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right. Any other public comment? Okay, one more time. Seeing none, Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer? Yes. Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Long?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So those two items under unfinished business, the finalized schematic design option and the resolution about the bond proposal have been tabled to a future date. We move into new business. Where we have the public hearing, confirmation of the SAD, Rule 915 for Wimbledon Phase 1 project. Before I open the public hearing, Ms. Ecker.
Yes, I just wanted to give a little overview. There's been a lot of discussion. There were some questions at the last time we talked about this, and what are major streets, what are local streets, and how does the funding apply? And there's been a lot of activity on social media with some information, and I just want to set the record straight, for lack of a better term, to give you an idea as to how this works. So we do have major and local streets in town. The major streets are officially designated by the State Highway Commission after going to the community and asking them, which ones do you want to be your major streets? And they look at traffic volumes and uses around and all of that. So over 50 years ago, the city of Birmingham designated or decided which streets it felt should be major streets. They submitted those to the State Highway Commission, and the commission then designated them as major streets. Why is this important? Because under Public Act 51, we get some funding that comes from various different revenue sources at the state level that comes into what we call our Major Streets Fund and is used for the maintenance and construction of major streets. So we have 22 miles of major streets. That money that comes in is generally used for major streets. There is a process. We have always used that money for major streets in Birmingham. There is a process where you can try to take some of that money and put it in local streets if you run out of projects in major streets. We do not ever run out of projects and things to do. So we have 22 miles of major streets. Then there was some discussion regarding the different streets that are major streets. The majority of them are improved streets, meaning they have proper subsurface, proper surface, curbs, gutters, often sidewalks. However, we do have multiple streets that are deemed major streets that are unimproved. Wimbledon is one of them. There are others, including Chesterfield, Larchley, Midvale, portions of Oak, Reading. So there are other streets. So there was some conversation that, well, we never do special assessments on major streets. And I just want to clarify that that is not the case. We have done special assessments on major streets. Most of the time, we do not, because most of the major streets are already improved. Once the street is already improved and that neighborhood has paid into the reconstruction of their street, it then becomes the long-term liability, so to speak, of the city to make all future improvements. So that's what we have done. But for those streets that are deemed major that aren't improved, we can, and we have done special assessments for. We've definitely done them in the last several years. For example, in 2017, we did Larchley Drive. In 2018, we did cave sealing on Chesterfield and Reading. We've done some special assessments on Oak Street. We've also done special assessments on North Old Woodward, South Old Woodward, Maple, but I'll leave those out of it because they're more commercial type streets. But we've certainly done special assessments on major streets that are unimproved in the residential neighborhoods. So then there was some discussion about funding for
Let me clarify. So Wimbledon has been designated a major street for more than 50 years.
For more than 50 years, correct.
Thank you.
Correct. And while people might argue, well, why do we want it to be a major street? I think we've heard from the community that they deem it a major street. And I would say from a government perspective, you probably want to keep it as a major street designation because that allows you to use federal funds, grant money and so on towards that. And it allows you to easily use that Public Act 51 funding to help offset. So what does that public funding come in? We get, I'll use as an example, 23-24. In that year, we got $1.8 million from the state. That might sound like a lot of money, $1.8 million, but over 22 miles of major roads, that's about $81,000 per mile per year. And what does that have to cover? It, first of all, never covers everything, but what does it cover? Pothole repair, road patching, curb repair and replacement, traffic engineering, bridge maintenance, traffic signals and controls, pavement markings, snow removal, street trees, street cleaning, mowing of public rights-of-way, all of those things. So you can imagine that $81,000 a mile does not go very far, and it is not enough. We end up usually supplementing that money with money from the general fund to pay for projects on improved streets, if we have, that are major streets as well. If we have an unimproved major street, we often do special assessments as well, because the city has not taken over the long-term maintenance of that road. So that's kind of how we've done it in the past, and that is certainly, as I mentioned, I don't expect that amount of money would go up much. There was also some discussion about a new House bill that's going through the works and has passed the House. I do want to point out that there are 8 different bills tied to that funding bill that was discussed. The discussion at an earlier meeting was, well, maybe there's this new pot of money that's going to come out, and if these bills are approved, we'll have extra money and we can use that to fund some of our unimproved streets. Whether the suggestion was for Wimbledon, but of course that could apply to any unimproved street. But I will say that House bills 4,180 to 4,187, so that's 7 of them, and House Bill 4230, so 4,230, so that's 8 different bills that are tied together. They did pass the House, but the House has a different majority than the Senate, and now it's going to the Senate, and what we are understanding, we've talked to a lot of our state reps and so on, and senators, different majority, obviously, in the Senate, and if, in order for this bill to pass, all 8 have to be passed together. So there's general sentiment, for lack of a better word, that it is going to be very difficult to get these House bills through the Senate. We all hope maybe that they'll go through and that we'll get additional funding, but I just wanted to clarify some of these points for the record, because there has been some information, you know, on social media and otherwise that has been misleading.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ecker. With that, I'm going to open the public hearing, and we have staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Long and Commissioners. Ryan Katz, Deputy Treasurer. Tonight, we recommend the adoption of the resolution before you confirming Special Assessment District Roll Number 915, Wimbledon Phase 1 paving, defraying the cost over a 10-year period at an interest rate of 8.5%. The hearing of necessity was approved on April 21st, and notices were sent out as shown in the report.
Thank you. Ms. Kuchera, could you please discuss what the purpose is of a hearing for confirmation of the roll?
Certainly. As I do in every confirmation of the roll packet, what I remind is that the purpose of this hearing is to review and hear any objections to the actual roll. The special assessment roll is a listing of all the properties to be assessed for the improvements to the property. And pursuant to Section 94.9, once the roll is confirmed by the City Commission, it's deemed final and conclusive. So this is whether the roll is accurate, whether the addresses on the roll is accurate, parcel numbers are accurate, and that there has been an estimation of the cost to each parcel, and that, frankly, the math is correct. That's the purpose now of the confirmation of the roll, as you already deemed necessity at the last meeting.
All right, thank you. So on hearing the purpose of the confirmation of the roll, we now move to questions or comments from the public about the confirmation of the roll.
Good evening, Chris Bidlake, 139 Wimbledon. Ms. Ecker, a couple questions for you. Is it true then that the city has collected funding from state or federal government based on the designation of Wimbledon as a major road?
Do you want me to answer that?
Ms. Ecker?
We receive every year money for all of our major roads. It's for the repair and upkeep and construction of all 22 miles of our roads, yes.
So Wimbledon is inclusive of the monies received. Is it also true that Wimbledon is being assessed in the SAD equivalently as though we were a minor or a major road? So irrespective of our designation, is the SAD being applied in the same way?
I'm not quite sure what that question is because we do a special assessment process, and I maybe defer to the attorney. We have a special assessment process in our ordinances, and it's also authorized in our charter. We can do that for any road. It doesn't matter what the designation is. And as long as we follow that process, we can do a special assessment.
Agreed, yes.
Okay. And my final question, you mentioned that basically by policy is how I understood it, that once we became an improved road, then the city would take over the burden of maintaining that there forward, is how I understood your comment. Is it true or not that if the city were unable to fund maintaining all of the improved roads in the future, that you would then be able to assess a special assessment district against the homeowners again, because simply there was no way to pay for it and we were tapped out on taxes or whatever? I mean, there's nothing that would stop the city from saying, oops, we committed previously to support funding the road and, pay the ongoing maintenance, but now we can't, therefore we have to put in another special assessment 50 years from now.
Special assessments can be initiated anytime that there is a public improvement and it is specifically benefiting a certain parcel or parcels of property. So, I mean, no one has a crystal ball as to whether or not in 50 years any street will have to be specially assessed because there is no other funding available in order for maintenance. We would have no way of answering that question.
Yeah, but Birmingham has never done it before. That was one of the promises made to citizens to encourage them to decide that they wanted to become an improved road. Other communities such as Farmington Hills, they use an 80-20 split. So they charge, the city pays 20%, the residents pay 80%. They don't have such a designation, and they continue to go back to the residents for any upkeep, rehabilitation over and over and over again. So Birmingham was more beneficial in that way.
More beneficial to the city, not the homeowner?
No, more beneficial to the residents, that once you paid a SAD to become an improved road, we didn't come back to you again.
Okay. I'll reserve the remainder of my comments until after some others go and then some commissioner discussion. Thank you.
Right.
Danny Hill, 282 Wimbledon. I understand that there's, reading of what is supposed to be discussed with respect to the role. However, if you'll allow it, we've spent a lot of time on this issue, and I'd like to read my 3-minute prepared speech, even if it doesn't give addresses. Thank you. I'd like to start tonight a little different than usual. We've been going back and forth on this issue for almost a year now, and the last few meetings specifically, we've heard some commissioners seemingly trying to appeal to the public on a more personal level, bringing up that they get paid very little money to be on this commission, how they sacrifice their own personal time, and how they don't enjoy charging residents high dollar amounts. I applaud these sacrifices of the commission. Being here and seeing what you guys do every day gives me a new deep appreciation for this service. Some of you are parents, some of you are physicians and business owners and community service members trying to do the right thing, and I commend you for that. In a mutual attempt to find some common ground, I'd like to tell you a little bit more about myself and my family. Professionally, I'm a small business owner. My wife has chosen a life of service as a high school teacher in Pontiac. 3 years ago, we found out that we were pregnant with our first child and decided to stretch our budget by moving to Birmingham to take advantage of the great schools and the wonderful community to raise our children in. We grew our family to 4 just a few months ago, and we enjoy the parks, the downtown, the concerts, and the farmers market. About 2 years ago, we found out that our 2-year-old daughter had a rare medical condition. While we've rolled with the punches every day and things have thankfully improved, it's been a significant unanticipated cost for our family as we stare down the barrel of another $17,000 road, sewer, and water costs for this project. I've withheld raising this detail because we didn't want this issue to be about sympathy or exploiting our own personal interests. Unfortunately, stories like this aren't unique on Wimbledon. Though you might see a few new builds or shiny cars, I challenge you to knock on a few doors on Wimbledon like I have. You'll hear stories of senior citizens on fixed incomes whose husbands or wives are sick and they don't know if they'll be able to stay in their home for 30 years with $13,000 in street costs, $5K in sewer and water laterals, and $10K in hookups from a third party. You'll hear stories like mine of young families having tough decisions about how to fund their kids' colleges and their aspirations because their city has decided to prioritize other expenditures over basic needs and charge residents for those needs. And if you drive down Wimbledon in the past few months, you'll see quite a few for sale signs. People who have decided to leave Birmingham because they can't afford these costs or they just plain don't want to deal with this oppression. In July of last year, we were shown a plan on this screen right up here that gave an estimate of $9,000 to $21,000 per household for the road with additional sewer, water, and lateral approaches, with some residents having an over $40,000 impact. After months of work, we finally got an amicable decision in which the city showed a graphic on that same board of $4,127 for a road with curbs. Then, on March 18th of this year, we received letters stating that there would be an over 200% increase, 214% increase to those numbers that we were shown in the fall. We're now being shown that there's still a much higher cost than we were originally shown, and it doesn't even include curbs for our street. I think Commissioner Baller said it best a few weeks ago by saying that it felt like all the goodwill had been undone between the city and the Poppleton Park residents. We were extremely disheartened and angered by the decision 2 weeks ago to vote in favor of the SAD that would cripple us as citizens. However, 9 days ago on April 26th, a new development entered the conversation. It's our hope that the commission won't try to discredit or shoot down these findings and use other streets where a couple times things have been done to go outside of the norm. The 2025-2026 budget from 426 states clearly and openly that Wimbledon Drive is considered a major street. Even though we've argued this point for months and you were telling us that we were not a major street, we are deemed a major street in the 2025-2026 budget. According to the Birmingham Ad Hoc Unimproved Streets Committee report, final report issued by the committee, which has been referenced several times in these meetings and has become the baseline of decisions on unimproved roads. Two of the commissioners sitting in front of me sat on that commission. Under the caption, how does the city fund the projects identified in the 5-year capital plan? Streets classified as major streets are funded 67%, taxes 37%, and Act 1 funding, and 0% for special assessments, differing from the final breakdown for local streets. You can see that in the letter that was written by Mr. Bradley in your report. If the city moves to confirm this role tonight, it will not only be harming its residents, it will be going against its own budget and final committee reports to do so. You have the opportunity tonight to build back some of the good faith with your constituents, and rather than saying, well, it's been done for years, or I had to pay and so should you, you have the opportunity to effect change here in progress tonight and doing right by the community you pledged to serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Bradley, 519 Wimbledon Drive. I'm sure you all read my letter here. It was on page 628 of this week's packet. Like Danny touched on, a recurring theme we've heard in the past 12 months is, this is the way it's always been done. As far back as history goes, we've always done this way, so we're going to keep doing it this way. But regardless of whether there's a better way or whether the old way was any good, because it's what's been done, it's what will be done. Special assessments in general, I'm not the only lawyer in the room, but to have a legal special assessment, there must be an increase in the individual market values arising specifically, uniquely, and directly as a result of the public improvement for which the assessment's to be made. We questioned repeatedly how a special assessment district can be justified when Wimbledon is a major thoroughfare, and the benefit of that road work would be shared by high volume of cut-through traffic, heavy equipment, construction vehicles, school buses, emergency vehicles, and the like. Still, the answer is we've always done it that way. But I challenge the commission to try to think outside the box here. When faced with previous challenges, you've come up with great ideas. For example, pre-Zoom, I'm sure you had to be here for a city commission meeting, but now you can join for Zoom. Public comment used to be at the end of the meetings. Now we have opportunities to speak throughout. When faced with challenges, we can brainstorm and think of better ways. And I think we have an opportunity here. Citizens don't like special assessments for roads, and I challenge us to think outside the box and do something different for Wimbledon. As I said before, we're outliers in the amounts we charge. I described in my letter. Most other communities neighboring us, if they do special assessments at all, and I'm going to put aside the major street status for a moment, 50-50, 50-50, 40-60. 85-15 is atypical. We brought up Farmington Hills earlier. Yes, they do 80-20 for a gravel road, not for a major street. We're a major street. That status has been kind of vindicated by the budget meeting. I learned it for the first time 9 days ago, and it's a significant development. The city gets way more money than it does for local streets, for major streets, substantially more, 3 times as much. Yet the budget report allocates still a special assessment district for Wimbledon, despite the fact we're getting more money from the state. So why are we asking the citizens to pay for more who live on the road when the state's giving us more money? You know, I think we have an opportunity here. Let's try to think of a solution that doesn't involve business as usual. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi again, everyone. Rick Brodsky, 625 Wimbledon Drive. I'd like to remind all the residents here and online that you must state your objections tonight in order to reserve your rights to an appeal. So please don't forget to do that. And I just wanted to clarify a couple things. And again, echo the great words of Danny and Tim and the others here tonight, but you know, I have nothing to add on the substance there with major roads and all the many things we've discussed over the last, year plus on this adventure together. But I do want to clarify with respect to the House bill that is now before the Senate, while there is a different breakdown in the Michigan Senate and the Michigan House, the House bill passed 58-52. There's 63-45 in favor. There are 58 Republicans, 52 Democrats. That means 5 Democrats said yay in favor. In the Senate, there's 37 senators right now. 19 are Democrat, 18 are Republican. 1 Democrat needs to flip, assuming Republicans again all line up in favor. So that's some context I wanted to share. And also the Senate recommendation for the budget, it did include contingency language for the $3 million, so there is actual movement toward this being a real thing, and the city getting at least $400,000 more per year in just neighborhood road funding, setting aside the millions in addition that can go to other categories of costs. And I'd also like to, Tim, I'd like to object to language that's in the proposed resolution. As Tim mentioned, there needs to be a determination tonight under Ordinance 94-9, Section F, that the commission satisfied with the special assessment rule and that the special assessments are in proportion to the benefits received. There's a separate assessment for the water and sewer. That has its own benefits and its own, its own costs. That's its own equation. The language in the resolution, when it talks about the benefits from the paving, it talks about both the paving and the water infrastructure under the ground. That's a separate project. When it comes time for the Michigan Tax Tribunal to consider this, they're going to consider the benefits of the paving versus the cost of the paving. And I don't think it's fair to include in the resolution benefits from a separate special assessment in the context of this special assessment. So I want to give you all the opportunity to amend that language before we use that. And I want to reserve my rights to object to that language on appeal. So lastly, I just want to thank you all again. As Danny said, it's remarkable the amount of time and effort you all put in every week to make our city better. So, while this has been contentious at times, I leave here with a new amount of respect for city commissioners and all of you. So I want to thank you all for hearing us out, working with us, and hopefully we can find in the end, a great solution for everyone. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Patrick White. My wife Amy and I live on the east side of Wimbledon. We've been there for 35 years. While I recognize tonight's meeting is focused on the west side, I'd just like to make my remarks. So we're going to be very interested in what happens on the east side, so we want to get ahead of that. My view, the story of Wimbledon improvement is a story about elected governance. The residents had their ability to decide how they vision their road taken away from them by the city through the establishment of the Multimedia Board. Partly to alleviate resident-on-resident friction, I think, that some claim was part of the process, the old process of the petition process. While there may have been good intentions in pulling the ultimate decision away from the property owners in terms of what their city or what their street looks like, I think this reduced friction has not been alleviated. Clearly, we have a lot of friction going on as part of this process now. Everyone recognizes the need for a water system and sewage system. There's no debate about that. Everyone recognizes that something needs to be done to resurface Wimbledon. There's no debate about that. The cap and seal on the road today has been extended close to twice its age, I believe, the 7-year lifespan. So it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that the road is falling apart. However, what the road looks like properly maintained above the infrastructure, I don't believe should be solely the view of the city management, its engineering staff, or the consultants. In the 2 meetings I've been on this topic, I've heard commissioners give their personal opinions about what they like for sidewalks and what they like for widths of sidewalks and what they personally like for road widths and the desirability of curbs. And while those considered views are interesting, the commissioners don't live on Wimbledon. They live somewhere else in the city. And from a governance standpoint, the strong positions of the 7 rotating members and commissioners on this board, I don't think should trump the views of the residents who have chosen to live on this street. The residents who have a vested interest, their own financial and emotional interest, chose to live on the streets and should have some views on what the street looks like. One of the commissioners stated in the last meeting that, of course, you need to look out for all residents of the city, not just the ones that live on the street as it relates to infrastructure, and I get that point. But my view is there's a strong desire by the city and the engineering department to turn Wimbledon into an unofficial route to alleviate east-west traffic from Corton and from Maple. And to some degree, I'm shocked tonight. This is the first time I've ever heard that Wimbledon is a major street. I guess that's been a hidden piece of news, at least as far as I'm concerned. So that surprises me. So to do this would require a substantial modification of my existing 18-foot roadway on Wimbledon. The original recommendation for this product by the city engineer and the consultant was a fully improved 26-foot roadway, and the original recommendation was concrete. The most expensive solution possible, and I believe the least attractive solution possible. It's unclear to me how this proposal would serve in the best interest of the residents actually living on the street. The street is already a cut-through, a 26-foot wide roadway. Whether it's improved or not will only invite people traveling at higher speeds coming down the road. My fear is that sanctioning this road as an official bypass or cut-through will not improve traffic safety, and it will not improve automobile safety on the road. Using Wimble already today, entering Adams and entering Woodruff is challenging for residents in the neighborhood. Inviting more traffic will only make it worse and invariably result in a cry for more traffic control on Wimbledon in the form of traffic lights on either end of Wimbledon to better control traffic patterns. Sadly, this will seal the fate of what was once a narrow, charming, tree-lined street with a country feeling that attracted us to this street 35 years ago. So far, I have not talked about the fairness of the cost sharing. I will only say, in my view, it's not appropriate to dramatically alter the form and function of the street of what was once an 18-foot unimproved road into a 26-foot roadway that by design will engineer and provide bypass traffic for additional residents from outside the neighborhood, while also improving cross-city access for the city emergency vehicles, school buses, and snowplows. The West Side residents will take no solace in knowing that the city is not demanding that they pay for a concrete surface with curbs. As we all know, the assessment costs are double what was originally proposed. Clearly, a wider road is more expensive than a narrower road, and to make local residents pay for a roadway, even without curbs, that is 30% larger, that gives greater benefit to the city than they receive themselves strikes me as a little bit unjust. When the east side of Wimbledon is up for discussion, I will encourage my neighbors and the city to embrace a narrower, unimproved roadway, unless you come back and tell us that major roads can't be that, that will preserve the street's original historic intention and maintain the aesthetic beauty of this 100-year-old street. This was the as-is option that was never seriously considered. It was never seriously considered, either by the modal board or by this commission, even though there was significant support from residents. However, I will gladly yield my own preference to the majority of votes of the residents who actually live on the street and will be required to pay for the improvements. A consensus and approval process that has apparently not been extended to the residents of the west side. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Cliff Rager, 541 Wimbledon. Just a couple of comments concerning finding out about what's in a major street and what's not a major street. It appears that there's a lack of understanding of the commission and many of the attendees. We've heard rumors it was designated as a major street from people who've lived on the street for years and years and years, but the documentation was not there, and there didn't seem to be anybody who was aware of how that worked. Well, certainly the finance community within the city knows how that works in terms of obtaining dollars to repair, take care of major designated streets. There's no question about that. How could we go through this whole months and months and months of discussion, the question of Wimbledon being a major street, being designated as a major street? No one could answer until we now find out it is considered a major street, and the funding from Michigan is there according to Wimbledon being part of that major street designation. Now, perhaps the finance community can spend a few minutes and show how the funds are distributed amongst those major streets. If the funding is being used to encourage streets to become improved, because then we'll take care of it for you, when this money is going to exist regardless, I don't know. But that's the worst case scenario. There's no way that the citizens that live on Wimbledon can fully understand if we are getting our share because the street is not well taken care of. And so I'll leave that there. So I would like to also withhold my right to debate. What is the correct language?
Reserve your right to protest.
Yeah. So there are so many consultants in the world. We used many of them. Perhaps someone in the financial world could engineer a financial product that all people who live in a home on any given street will participate in the funding, and not just those that happen to live there when the road needs it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Dobrowitzki. I'm a resident at 826 Shepherd Bush in Birmingham, and I'm here to support my neighbors on Wimbledon and throughout my community against what really sounds like a terrible idea. So first, I would like to thank all of you for going through this process, and to also thank my neighbors who've been so conscientious and hardworking in putting together some really important information. I've learned a lot here tonight, things that I didn't know and wasn't aware of. And I honestly think what the commission is planning to do here with regard to the roads is unfair, and I think that it turns its back on its citizens. And I have two specific concerns that sound to me like they are just half-baked. The first is that based on the discussion and what my neighbors were just saying, it doesn't sound like we have a good idea as far as funding sources goes for what funding is even available for this project, whether it's a major road, whether the Senate is going to pass legislation. It sounds to me like this commission had the courage earlier tonight to take what turned out to be a change in circumstance and be courageous and put the brakes on it, and maybe that's what needs to happen with this project as well. I just think it's completely irresponsible of the commission to plunge forward and to move ahead when it doesn't have a solid idea of how even what funding is available. And the second thing is that I really want to lodge my objection to how this is going to affect me. I think an 15% breakdown is ridiculous, especially in light of other communities. Other communities don't do that to their citizens. And I haven't really heard any, I've been following on social media, I've been following in the papers, and I haven't really heard any consideration of kind of how that can be avoided. That the commission has really taken the time to determine that that is in fact the only route, that is the only option. I moved here in 2008. I have raised my family here with my husband. My kids are public school graduates. I actually sat on the strategic planning committee for the Birmingham Public Schools. I have 2 kids in college for the next 5 to 6 years. I have 3 boys, they're 4 years apart, and this is going to be a substantial hardship for us. And so I'm sympathetic to the commission, but this missed estimate as well is completely unacceptable. It's ridiculous that I have no right to approve what the city does to my street. I live there. We love the rural feel. We don't want anything other than a Cape seal. We don't want curbs. We want to keep it. I have a dirt road at the end of my street and an acre, a big park at the other end. Like, I don't want pavement. I want what's there now. I love the way that my street feels. Anyway, governing takes courage. And I really think that the commission should sit back and apply that here. You are trying to turn our neighborhood upside down. You're going against your own budget, your own priorities. We are not backing down and we're not backing away. And I hope that you would reconsider.
Hi. My name is Mel Smart. My husband, he was right there. And I live at 928 Poppleton, which is on the corner of Wimbledon and Poppleton. We have 370 feet of footage. 370. Take that in. 210 on Wimbledon, 160 on Poppleton. I believe that the average frontage was estimated at 50 to 60, based on documents that we've seen. We do the math, but it looks like major road status is different, given that Poppleton may not be a major street down the road, although I don't think there's clarity on what anything means. We live in a 100-year-old house, which we love for all its character and flaws. Diversity in house design, lots of trees and fairly quiet streets is why we chose this neighborhood in the first place. Its charm. Fast-ish forward. For the last 5 years, we've survived constant construction, which turned our portion of Poppleton from tree-filled charm to box row. That's fine. I mean, developers are going to do what they're going to do. That said, we didn't pay $1.5 to $2 million for our house, and therefore the suggestion that we should pay 7 times the estimate due to the layout and the frontage of our lot is ridiculous. It's more to the point, it's obscene. It's going to force us to leave. A lot of the questions and the points that are made in this room, I mean, we reiterate. But at the end of the day, I listened to you guys very thoughtfully talk about the uncertain times. My husband is a pilot. Nobody's really talking about the impact that the times are having on travel in this country. And travel, major airlines were down by 30% in the first quarter before any of this other nonsense has happened. People, I fly a lot. He flies more. He actually flies. The planes are empty coming back. They're not coming. So tourism is a massive hit to this country. So that's just one element that nobody's really addressing that is, again, going to impact finances. So to suggest that to stay in our house, we need to pay 7 times the norm to pay for a public road is obscene. So basically, if this moves forward, you're going to force us out because we won't stay. Because there's no sense in us paying 7 times for public roads that we're not, who knows when we're going to use. And if you decide that you can fix them in 50 years, bully for you. So it's just unfortunate because we don't want to move. We love our house. We love our neighborhood. Thank you.
Sean Vaughn, 421 Wimbledon Drive. I reserve the right to protest.
Hi there, Travis Bouchard, 715 Wimbledon, reserve my right to protest. Stand in solidarity with all my neighbors here. I mean, we've talked a lot about how this pits neighbor against neighbor, but we're like literally arm in arm with one another. I've never seen this neighborhood come together like it has. I've lived in my house for about 4 years. You know, I'm in this, would be in phase 2. The one other thing I'd like to just point out, Commissioner Haig, you greatly pointed out last week, with phase 1, like we would redo this Cape Seal, and then with phase 2, all these trucks would come through and just wreak havoc on it. And you mentioned another street where that actually has happened. So like, I feel if this does move forward, then that would be the case for all these costs, all this hardship, and then fast forward 2 years, they'd have the same type of street that they have now. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Good evening, Kevin Cleary, 460 Wimbledon. And in the interest of the economy, I just want to adopt my neighbor's comments as well. Hello. Maybe fait accompli after the esteemed Ms. Kucharik explained while we were here. I see I may be wasting my breath, but in any event, what I would like you to consider on top of it all is a couple of things. The 1585 split, while it may be too late for us, is it too late for the next people? If we really are outliers in that regard in paying that percentage, and nobody objected before because it wasn't such a big number, perhaps that is something that should be reconsidered. And the other thing with respect to the major road, because that kind of caught us all by surprise. I remember when we were first having these discussions a year ago, I called your chief of police, our chief of police, no, not our chief of police, our chief of fire, and asked him if we were a major road, and he said, well, you'd have to ask somebody else in the city. I don't know about any particular designation, but if I'm being candid, I'll tell you that we do train our people to use Wimbledon. You know, we are the access road. So finding out that that's a different designation and there may be federal money kind of, you know, makes you shake your head a little bit. But even if there isn't any extra money, perhaps you guys should be treating the major roads a little differently. You should be considering, you know, that in what percentage we pay. Whether it's 15 and 85, maybe there's a different percentage for the major road people who are taking the extra traffic. When Corton was being worked on years ago, I couldn't back out of my driveway for the number of cars going between Woodward and Adams, and I'm in the middle of it all. So in any event, that's all. Thanks for your time.
Hi, Ming Su, 733 Wimbledon. I'm on the east side of the road, so not impacted by this phase, but just wanted to be here in solidarity with, you know, all my neighbors. Just a little bit of a twist. So we're pretty new to the neighborhood, new to Michigan in general. My family and I moved here from California last fall. To be blunt, had we known that we're moving onto a street that would require a significant bill in the next 6 months of us buying our home, we probably would have reconsidered whether moving to Birmingham in general was the right decision for our family. And I think that's probably true for a lot of young families, either outside the region or here, that says, should you move to a city that's going to require you to pay for the roads that your taxes are meant to cover? I think this is just a surprise to a lot of us, and I think it changes the view on kind of how, you know, a specific city intends to use its funds or intends to kind of have its residents pay for. I have 4 young girls, ages 8 through 1. They play in the streets with our neighbors all the time. And I got to be honest, we see a lot of traffic that we don't recognize each and every day. And obviously, we don't know all the cars. We don't do an audit. But it's very clear to us, you know, very soon that this is a road that has a lot of traffic that is not local. People who don't recognize the intricacies of the intersection, they'll run stop signs, this, that, and the other, because there's just a lot of traffic that comes through. So it's a surprise to us that people would think that improving this street would only be for the benefits of the people there, because of just how much traffic goes into that road. So, you know, there's a lot of things that, you know, I don't personally understand, that you all spend way more time than I do on understanding major street allocations. But we just ask that ultimately this decision be made with the residents of the street in mind. Thanks so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Matt Shalhoub, 980 Wimbledon, similar to these gentlemen on the east side, not immediately impacted, but soon to be. Wanted not to reverberate what's been said multiple times, but applaud the restraint as it came to the community center, and recognizing cost increases, recognizing change in economic circumstance. You know, I shouldn't presume that the same thought may not be coming into our meeting agenda item, but given the amount of restraint that was shown when the city was projecting to spend a significant amount of city dollars, I just hope that a decision that would be involving mostly other level of government dollars and resident dollars, I hope it's shown the same level of thought and restraint and potential for additional time to consider. I can appreciate that you have busy lives and this is a small portion of your day-to-day lives, and you can't be expected to know all of the intricacies as it relates to road designations and funding formulas and how other municipalities do that. But I think that this has been a great opportunity. I commend a lot of people for doing a lot of work for bringing more clarity to that and how ours compares to other municipalities. And I just think it could be a great opportunity to take a little bit of time to consider that maybe the way things are being done doesn't need to be the way that they have been done for the last 50 or 60 years. So I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you.
Sally Swift, 541 Wimbledon. I'm up here just in case my husband wasn't clear, but we are reserving our rights to protest. Secondly, I just want to add, we are retirees. And our house is 75 years old and requires a new roof and everything that everybody else goes through. But it hits us hard, just like it does with the younger people. So I would like you to take that into consideration too. Thank you.
Good evening, Jack McInerney, 129 Abbey. I'm in the corner of Abbey and Wimbledon, and there's, just the cost is enormous. You've got that huge frontage on Wimbledon, and this being a major road coming through, there's people like myself and Chris Bidlake that we are close to Woodward. So that is the way we normally will go out. And with this being a throughway, so many people are driving up and down this road, but we get the benefit of paying for it. So I don't think that's fair. And I'd like to say that I can protest also in later. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Any public comment online, please use the raise your hand function. I see we have all right, we'll start with Samsung SM916U.
Hi, this is Sue Hornung. Tom and Sue Hornung were here together, and we are at 144 Wimbledon Drive. I would like to stand in unison with all of my neighbors. I don't want to repeat everything again. And I also would like to reserve our right to protest. But as it's standing, we have one of the most expensive assessments of anybody because we have a pie-shaped lot and we are far and away the most expensive. We are retired and there is no way that this is going to be an acceptable fund for us to absorb, and I would really hope that the commission would take some time to think about this decision before moving forward, because it is really going to do serious damage to the appearance of our street and our neighborhood with the continued traffic, and I find it very unacceptable. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Brian. We have a Brian with their hand raised. Is there a Brian?
Is there a wife of Brian?
Yeah. All right, let's move to Dan Kowal. Dan Kowal, Kowal.
Yes, Dan Kowal, 266 Wimbledon. My wife and I also reserve our right to protest.
Thank you.
Maybe just for the record, I would add, we also support everything our neighbors have done, especially those that have been heavily involved. You've heard from them multiple times. I'll spare you from hearing from me, but I just wanted to say for the record that we support what they're saying.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. All right, let's try Brian again. I can see that Brian is unmuted. Would you like to speak? Okay, obviously, we're having, there's some technology difficulties, but,
Does anyone know who Brian might be that could
Yeah.
find out?
Let's point out for Brian and anyone else who might be watching that they can register their protest by some other method.
Yeah, just
yeah, Ms.
email
Kucharik,
them.
so could you, if anyone else who wants to register their protest, would you please review how they can do that?
They can simply say, I reserve my right to protest.
If they're not here and they can't get through online, or they're just watching on TV.
Can they email it?
It had to be done prior to the meeting in writing or in person at the meeting.
Can they do it in writing through the chat option?
It had to be in writing prior to the meeting. Let me verify that in our ordinance. That's the way it was for the.
Yes.
Muting, hand up, hand off.
Yeah, obviously, he's having technical problems.
Yeah, it seems unfair to
So,
have technology do that.
So the record could reflect if someone can identify who that person is, that they are attempting to perhaps.
Yes, so I would encourage whoever Brian is to use a phone to call one of your neighbors who's here and let us know your name and address, please.
Yes, and then we can.
And then we'll
certainly
register
make note of that.
if you're trying to reserve your right to protest.
We have Samsung again.
Okay, we have Samsung. I believe that was Sue Horning
Yep.
again.
That is.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, under section, here, 94-9E, it says, at such meeting, the commission shall consider all objections to the special assessment roll submitted in writing or orally at the meeting. Or orally at the meeting. So because it doesn't say prior, I would say that anyone who writes something in the chat or provides that in writing during this meeting, that would be, that would qualify.
So in other words, if someone emailed it now,
Yes,
literally right now,
yes.
that's valid communication. So everybody, text your friends, tell them to send an email right now to
I am offering a
Alex?
generous reading of the ordinance so that people know that their rights have been preserved. What they do with that later is up to them, if you vote on the special assessment.
Alex has a hand
We
up.
don't maintain a chat feature on.
Yeah, I was going to say there is no chat
I have
feature.
Brian on the phone. Can I hold the phone up to the mic?
Sure.
Certainly.
If you can represent that's who it is, sir, that's sufficient.
We need his last name and address.
Yeah, just his last name.
Hey, Brian, you're on here. We're trying it out.
Okay, I'm really sorry about this. Excuse me. 700 Wimbledon, Brian Duffy. There was a lot of discussion about what was a major and a local road. There's a reason for the classification, obviously. When it's prioritized, the safety, when it gets plowed, how it's used, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But when it comes to the financing, I guess we're just not going to think about that or talk about that. Or we have talked about that, but we're going to choose a different route. I reserve all rights, and a lot of things have already been said. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I'm really sorry about the technical difficulties, and thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to Sue Horning, Samsung SM916U. You had another remark?
Okay. Yes.
Yes. My name is Thomas Horning, and I live here as well. And the reason I wanted to get onto this is the first time I ever did something like this, but you folks are really working hard to solve a lot of serious problems, and I realize that. But one thing that seems to be overlooked completely is that we, as a resident on Wimbledon, and all the other people on Wimbledon, feel emphatically that you should pay, the Birmingham should cover the cost of the street and the sewers, period. Now, if there's going to be 5 or 10% burden to us, that would be okay. But we bought this home, and we pay taxes on this home for since 1968. And there's probably people that have been here longer than we have. But you, as a city government, should have been building a bank account to cover the expenses of improvement. This is not something we should be burdened with at all. We're retired now, we have no income, and the very fact that this house is as beautiful as it is because I paid for it and built it with my own hands. No contractors did this work, and it's beautiful. And so I want to say that we will be forced to sell our home and leave it in the autumn of our life, or the winter almost, you might say. And so I'm saying, and speaking in behalf of the other residents on Birmingham, on Wimbledon, that this is absurd that you folks would do anything like this to the citizens. There should be a purse in our city government where our taxes go to handle these improvements. I don't know how to put it any other way, but I want the cement curbs. I want the cement curbs. And I don't care what kind of tar you put in between the curbs, but we have a right to have this street improved upon. And there's puddles everywhere on it. And it's a major thoroughfare between Adams and Woodward, between the 16 and 15 mile roads. So obviously, I understand it now. It's a major road. And so obviously there's a lot of traffic on it, as well as the people cutting through to go to the schools there. There has to be a reevaluation of this situation where you folks are going to pick up this expense, and we can be worried about the curbs, no curbs, and so forth, and be willing to put in a small amount like 10% to take care of our obligations and enjoyment on the improvement. But this is way out of proportion. So that's all I can say, and I hope you reconsider this and put this back to plan where the expense is picked up by the city, and we all, I'm sure, would be willing to pay 10% for the improvement on our street.
Thank you.
Rick Brodsky, 625 Wimbledon Drive. I did have a question. I didn't say the exact magic words of reserving my right to protest, so I want to do that here. But I also wanted to ask the city attorney if folks who stood up and made comments and obviously are here to protest didn't say those words, have they reserved their rights, or do they need to get up and make sure they say those words?
I don't think the city commission wants your city attorney to be in the practice of giving legal advice to your residents.
I guess the laws. But yeah, I'm up here, everybody. Okay, and then, I just wanted to, I guess, my last word to be an actual actionable proposal for you all to consider. Obviously, the major roads have created sort of an exception to the broad. Wimbledon is an exception to a lot of the roads that have undergone improvements in the past. So if the city were to consider a new rule where they could have a more nuanced street-specific process for major roads and start that here, and because of everything we talked about, you can maybe 15%, 85%, flipping it may be appropriate. And you could do that without creating a precedent for the local roads, since this is a major road, it has its own situation. And then, you charge the first half of Wimbledon that, the 15% cost, and then now you get to work on that citywide bond for the 26 miles of unimproved roads, so that next year you're ready to roll that out, and the people who in the first half of Wimbledon aren't harmed too much for missing out on that, because they're getting that more favorable split that reflects the nature of the road. So I just wanted to leave here with a proposal for you all to consider. I don't know how viable that is, but that seems like a potentially fair idea. All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Hi, you reached Kent Fairless. I am not able to come to the following number, please.
That's Ken Fairless. He just called me. He wants to reserve his right to protest. He lives at 323 Wimbledon. You may call me back here. Sorry.
Okay.
Hi there. Travis Bouchard. I already reserved my right to protest, but I'm doing the same for my neighbors, Purvey and Roe Aurora at 701 Wimbledon. And also had a quick question.
Do you have them on the phone?
I have a text message from them.
If you do read the text message then, which is, that would be up to the tax tribunal whether or
All
not
right,
that's a
laughing
proper-
emoji. I can't get through, but can you give our name and address? And we we reserve the right to protest. I'm watching, but there isn't a chat.
And their name and address again?
701 Wimbledon, Purvey, and Rohit Aurora. And then my question is, I'm obviously here representing my household. My wife is watching. Do you take this into account by household or by number of people?
Household.
Okay, thank you.
I can bring my baby up here.
No, not necessary, thank you. Okay.
Hi, I'm Ben Frank at 592 Madison, and I'm just here to support all my neighbors. Don't know if it makes sense for me to say this, but I reserve my right to protest just for future.
You would have to do that when we were considering an assessment for Madison, but thank you.
Tim Bradley, 519 Wimbledon. I'm pretty sure I've already reserved my right, but just for any avoidance of doubt, I reserve any rights for protesting the special assessment of Wimbledon Drive.
Thank you.
Danny Hill, 282 Wimbledon. Thankfully, we do have a couple lawyers in the room. Otherwise, it really feels like we're coming to a fight with a knife at a gunfight. Ms. Kacharik, you are a very talented lawyer, but I find it very sad that you decide that you won't serve the residents and the citizens of this city by providing them any advice, because we don't have the representation here always. So very disappointing in the commission and the city for that. I do reserve my right to protest. Thank you.
Catherine Dobrowitzki, 826 Shepherd Bush. Again, I reserve my right to protest against the special assessment, although it might not apply to me. I can't tell, and I don't have legal counsel. But the one thing I also wanted to note is the united front that we as citizens are providing, and I think that this commission can read a lot into that as far as how we're going to conduct ourselves come November and future elections. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick White and Amy Clark, 886 Wimbledon. We reserve our right to protest. And if I didn't say so before, I appreciate all the work you do, even though I think on this item you're misguided. I've served on other boards, and I know it's a lot of work. And thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Hi, again, Mel Smart and Carl Liang at 928 Poppleton, the corner with 370 frontage, in case you didn't get that the first time. We reserve our right to protest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Grace Jividen from 175 Wimbledon. I'd like to reserve my right to protest. I also want to echo what everyone else on Wimbledon is saying, that the assessment is too high and that it's not equivalent with the value that we're getting for our properties. And I think that you need to reconsider another way to fund the cost of this project.
Thank you.
I'm Margaret Desmond. I am at 380 Wimbledon. I agree with my neighbors on everything that has been said tonight, and I do reserve my right to protest on the special assessment for Wimbledon.
Kent Sterlis, 323 Wimbledon. I reserve my right to protest.
Thank you.
Thanks. Kevin Cleary, 460 Wimbledon. I reserve my right to protest the special assessment, and I have profound respect for Mary Kujarik.
Thank you.
Chris Lake, 139 Wimbledon, protest against the inclusion of 139 Wimbledon on the special assessment district. I think I've told Commission plenty of times before that I don't think the 8515 is commensurate with the value that our property gains by having this work done. Our house has a particularly large right-of-way, especially where it interfaces to the corner of Woodward. That is not benefit that is inferred on us. In fact, it's quite a detriment with the number of cars and traffic that we deal with. Yeah, we need to find a better solution to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry to come back again, but my wife reminded me I didn't say it the first time. So Ming Su, 733 Wimbledon, reserve my right to protest. Thanks, babe, for staying home, put the kids to bed.
Danny Hill, 282 Wimbledon again. I have a text from Dan and Margie Cowell, who were on Zoom, had to leave, would like to reserve the right to protest. Also would note that several people are asking, not understanding what that means, that are getting text messages, and they're probably going to lose out on their right to protest because they're not able to really understand this distinction from a legal perspective and might not submit it in enough time.
My name is Erin McGuire. I live at 187 Wimbledon. Up to this point, my husband and I have been willing to accept the cost as an improvement that we would presumably benefit from in the future. We just bought our home 2 or 3 years ago and expect to be there for the long term. But I'd like to thank my neighbors for making me realize this is something that we should perhaps pay closer attention to and reevaluate.
Thank you.
And I reserve my right to protest.
I apologize for returning. I got an email from a neighbor. I don't know if anybody actually already covered this one, but Kent and Cindy Fairless, they're both in attendance on the Zoom, but they don't see an option to raise their hands, and so they wanted to reserve their right to object/protest. If anybody knows their exact street number. Oh, you already said it.
He called.
Thank you. Sorry to waste your time with that.
What about Rupert's?
All right, any other public comment in the room? Any other public comment online? To use the raise your hand function? I see, who do I see?
Danny Seidman.
Danny Seidman. Mr. Seidman, are you there? Can you unmute yourself?
It just blipped on and then off.
I can call him.
We lost him.
There's another one.
All right, we now have something that's C2W.
Thanks, Rick. Yeah, it won't let me unmute myself.
Danny, but take your time. Yeah.
So-
Are you ready for Danny?
Yes.
Danny, you are on. Now's your time to shine.
All right, thanks, Rick. I appreciate it. Danny and Jackie Seidman, 652 Wimbledon. Yeah, the option says the host will not allow the participant to unmute. I think that's why people are having technical issue, but I just wanted to say I stand with my neighbors and reserve my right to protest. Thank you.
So as I call on people, our technician is unmuting them one at a time, but you're right, you can't just unmute yourself in the middle of the meeting. But we are allowing people to unmute as we call on them. So I'm going to go back to C2W2PFPYKX, whoever that might be. That person is unmuted, so if you're waiting and you have your hand up, give it a shot.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Kim Keslarian, 554 Wimbledon Drive. I reserve my right to protest. I was also wondering if this is going to cause more traffic going up and down Wimbledon. Can we have more police enforcement during the zones of no turning onto the lane? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Samsung SM S916U. Again. Again, did you have a third comment?
Well, I'm calling you for my neighbors, Charlie and Rita Miller. She wanted to, 147 Abbey. She wanted to reserve her right to protest. She was having trouble getting logged into you.
I have no comment, Mayor. I've already stated.
Yeah, I know.
Whether persons can't represent other persons, that would be up to the tax tribunal to determine whether or not that was sufficient or not.
Right, so if it's possible to have that person call a neighbor with their cell phone, that would probably be better, so that we can hear your voice. And again, I will state that Ms. Kucharik is not trying to be difficult. Her role is as the attorney to the city. She cannot simultaneously represent the city and residents because that would be a conflict. And so she is doing her job, even if it may not be what residents want from her at this moment in time. So, any other persons in the room or who want to raise their hand? Yes.
Hi, Erica Hill, 282 Wimbledon. You've heard a lot from my husband, Danny. I also just wanted, he already reserved our right to protest, but I just also wanted to say, you know, as mom of 2 little girls, we're trying our best. I just hope and pray that you hear us, because we're all coming from a place of solidarity. We all want the best for our families, for each other. We can't all afford this. You're going to drive people out, and it's your decision that you can make. You can make a decision that could change someone's life forever. I really, really just want to say that, again, we appreciate you, and thank you for everything you've done, especially to those who have really helped us out, and those who have been listening. So, again, I just hope and pray that you take into consideration what we have been saying. We all come from a good place, and we're just trying to get by. So please don't drive us out of our neighborhood that we love so much. Everything that you say, all your decision tonight will change our lives forever. So, and it will drive people out, especially that have been here for 60 years, that people have said.
I have one more here. Purvi, you're on speaker.
Hi, my name's Purvi Aurora. I live at 701 Wimbledon, and I reserve our right to protest.
Thank you.
I have Rita Rossi and Charlie Miller.
Rita Rossi at 147 Abbey. I reserve the right to protest.
Got one more. It's a text message from Erin Phillips at 111 Abbey. She says, sorry, I'm not available right now, but I would like to reserve my right to protest.
Thank you. All right, final call for public comment in the room or online using the raise your hand function. I see Dan Roovers.
Yes, good evening. My name is Dan Rivers. I'm at 205 Wimbledon. I would like to reserve my right to protest.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no more public comment in the room or online, I am going to close the public hearing. And now we will bring it back to the commission for questions of staff or of Ms. Kucharik or of Ms. Ecker. I think, Ms. Ecker, I would appreciate it if you could address some of the concerns that have been raised. For example, the major street designation is not new, and I do not believe that there is any intent by the city to designate Wimbledon as a pass-through for other fire trucks or other school buses or other snow plowing. I believe when we discussed that at the last meeting, we were talking about the efficiency of fire trucks, school buses, and snow plowing serving Wimbledon, at an 18-foot width. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
I would also like to clarify that the multimodal board has been in place since 2014. Their job, as suggested tonight, is not to take away the residents' right to have input on what they're doing on their street, but they, in fact, solicit additional input on what the design of any given street is as it goes through the process.
Right, and then when those recommendations come to the commission can accept them or modify them, and the commission has not accepted the suggestion of the multimodal board on any of the streets that have come before us so far. We have taken resident input, and we have negotiated with the residents each and every time, which is why Westwood was Capesill, which is why Shirley and Arlington was maintained at 33 feet instead of 26 and does not have sidewalks, and that is how we got to the decision about Capesill rather than a fully improved street for Wimbledon. So the commission certainly does hear the residents and does negotiate with residents and does consider resident input, even when it goes against best practices for street design and the recommendations of the Multimodal Transportation Board. Commissioner Emmerine, or?
I have some comments to clarify some things that were said tonight. So with regards to the 8515, there was some focus on the chart that was in the thing. I'd like to point out that in the ad hoc unimproved street report, the city commission,
Which you served on?
which I served on, was appointed or adopted by resolution on September 25th, 2017. The city commission accepted the report on December 21st, 2020. So that's a little more than 3 years process that we went through on this. Some points of clarification in terms of funding, and I'm not going to have anyone pull up the report, but it talks about the 85-15 split on pages 15 and 24. That committee, which consisted of 2 commissioners at the time, 2 current commissioners, a former mayor, and also 2 other people heavily involved in the community, served on that committee, and they, on pages 17 and pages 26 of the report, recommended to the city commission at the time to maintain the 85-15 split. That's written in the report on pages 17 and 26. Something else I'd like to point out, which Ms. Ecker commented on earlier, was once the street is improved, how the city maintains it. I just want to read this sentence. Since its inception, Birmingham has offered to maintain its improved streets at no cost to the adjacent property owners, provided an initial special assessment was paid by the property owner to cover the original cost of construction. So that's just kind of reaffirming what Ms. Ecker said earlier. There was some discussion on page 38 with the major fund chart and discussion about how Act 51 and Major Street Fund, and this is how the dollars are split up. And I do have some questions for Ms. Ecker here, which I think she can answer. It's my understanding that that chart with a 32% Act 51 and the 67 property tax split is a snapshot in time at the time that report was created of the Major Street Fund. Is that correct?
That's correct, and there were not any projects with major streets that were going from unimproved to improved that year, hence the reason there was no special assessment, and there were no major roads being re-cape sealed that particular year.
On the following page, on page 39, there's a chart comparing property taxes versus Act 51 dollars and how that, the property taxes over time from the year 2000 to the year 2020, contributing to the road funds, has gone from a little below $2 million to up to $6 million, while the Act 51 dollars have basically stayed consistent. So over time, that major fund ratio has changes and changes. It's right on the following page. It discusses that. There was some discussion tonight about how the city commission should consider alternative funding mechanisms. Why haven't we done that? It's already been done. It's in the ad hoc unimproved street final report. Read pages 37 to 48 of that report. The commission adopted or accepted this report in 2020, and it went through all the different funding mechanisms that everybody's brought up and talked about tonight. We talked about Act 51, property taxes, special assessments, grants, bonding, all of these different things. And then it also talked about pay-as-you-go or bond financing, all of these things. And I'm going to read the committee recommendation. The committee recommends the pay-as-you-go option to continue, and that it's consistent with the existing practice. After much discussion, it was agreed that pursuing a citywide funding mechanism would not receive the necessary support, given the benefits of the road conversion would primarily benefit homeowners on the road that receives the improvement. So we talked about bonding. We talked about millages and all these different things at the committee, and the city commission adopted it. And it was the recommendation of the committee at that time that we don't pursue that. We maintain what we've been doing. I'm not saying that this commission has to do that moving forward. This commission can always reassess, reevaluate. This commission could create a new committee and re-go through this whole thing. This is 5 years ago. We can do that. But that is how this commission has proceeded, how our staff has proceeded with these guidelines.
And a general obligation bond requires a majority vote of the electorate for the city to issue it. So we can't just say, we're going to bond for roads, unless we want to have a special type of bond, which has a much higher interest rate, because it's not backed by the full faith and credit of the city. The city has only ever issued general obligation bonds, and we hardly do them at all. We've done them, we have sewer bonds, and we've had some Parks and Rec bonds, but they require a vote of the entire electorate. So that means that people who live on streets who have already paid for improvements would have to go to the polls and say, I would like to be taxed to cover other people's improvements, even though I personally have already paid for mine, and that has been a concern. It has also been a concern that people who have paid previously might be unhappy and might institute litigation, that we're changing the process. So all those things are concerns. All those things were discussed by the committee. So,
And that's been the process that this entire project has proceeded with.
okay, Commissioner Schaefer.
Okay, so I'm going to liken some of my comments to what you said, but I'm just going to go back a little bit. When I decided to run for commission back in the summer of 2020, I asked my husband if he thought I was qualified to do it, and he said, you're a critical thinker and you care, and I think that's what you need to be able to be in this position. And those two qualities remain to this point. And like Commissioner Emmerine, I was on this committee that he just referenced. That what I'm recognizing at this point, after we've been down a few roads, without any pun intended, is that was finalized by us in 2020. And since then, we've endured a global pandemic. I've, in the time that I was on that committee, had 2 children. And we have subsequently faced this condition. This is now the 3rd time, with Westwood being the first one, Shirley and Arlington being the second, and Wimbledon being the 3rd. And I've reflected on this as we've gone through these processes, as you guys have alluded to. Like, I have a business, I have a personal life, and I have this life, which is interfacing with residents. And this sort of adversity that we have doesn't feel good to me. And some of you may know this, but I became involved in city government when I wanted a sidewalk on my street. So like you, I was advocating with my neighbors on my street because I live on Fairway Drive that doesn't have a sidewalk. And we bought our house, and the night before our closing, I didn't realize that this house didn't have a sidewalk. And I, at the time, told my husband we can't buy the house, and he said our closing is tomorrow, and I said, don't worry, I'll figure it out. That was 10 years ago. There's still no sidewalk on Fairway. But I was implored to become involved in city government when I, still to this day, we are pitted neighbor against neighbor for who voted for who wanted sidewalks and who didn't. And it's been 10 years. Okay, and that is what drove me to become involved. And so I appreciate like what is happening on your street where you guys are coming together. That did not happen on our street when I thought I was advocating for something that people would want, which is to keep kids and pedestrians safe. So I'm at a point now where we've talked about Wimbledon being done in phases, phase 1, phase 2. There was this consideration of a gravel road, which I admittedly said I thought was absurd, and I still think it's absurd. But I do think we're at a point where I am now more informed than when I sat on the committee many, many years ago. Scott Moore was the chairman of the committee. He was an ex-commissioner. At the time, I was new to becoming involved in city government, and I liken that if I were to be on that same committee now, I would ask different and better questions, trying to understand all the nuance of what goes on with city government. And what I also know is that if in my business that I run, if I was being met with adversity from my employees or my patients to this degree, I would be forced to sort of like do an about face and say, what are we doing wrong? Why are our employees unhappy? Why are our patients unhappy? And I would want to do something to fix it. And I would want to consider other options to determine where to go. And so I'm at this point now where I feel like I need to take what I've learned and use this 3rd opportunity to reflect on what it is we're trying to do. When the ad hoc committee made this recommendation, we had not yet implemented this policy. We suggested to implement it, and now we've implemented it twice, and we can't even follow our own recommendations because we are influenced by the residents. We hear you, we listen, and in my job as a physician, I'm trained to be a listener, and we do listen. And so I am at the point where I would be in favor of tabling Wimbledon to potentially next year, where we could potentially get an economy of scale that is very uncertain, because we do not know what that is, and we do not know the economic circumstances a year from now. And in that time, we revisit an ad hoc committee, or I don't know, one that doesn't go on for 2.5 years, that is a little bit more shortened, certain time, where we discuss and reflect on where we're going from here. Bonding is potentially tricky. It may not work. It does involve a vote of the entire electorate. And if that were to come to fruition, I would call on all of you to be people that would help that bond to pass, because you've been through this process. So I would hope I'd see you out with like signs and knocking on doors. And we know who you are. You've said your names a bunch of times, so we'll call you and we'll let you know. But I am at a point where I am not here to just push something through because we said we should. This doesn't feel good to me, and I think we need to reconsider another option. So.
Commissioner Host?
If I may say thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Those are real concessions. The two parties that are truly maligned in the process are the young people, and we talk about trying to keep affordability, as well as the older people whom we're trying to have age in place. They're on fixed incomes, and this is a hardship. I'm so pleased to hear Commissioner Schaefer is willing to sit down and re-talk the unimproved road process, because we've only done 3 of them, 1 a year, and each one seems to be getting worse. So I really applaud that. Now, I like the economy of scale of doing all of Wimbledon at the same time. I think that that will work, because next year is going to be a tough year in the construction business. To gravel the west side of Wimbledon would be $30,000 or less. And if you want my credentials, I was born in the construction business.
So
it's not a lot of money to gravel it for 1 year.
Let's let the civil engineer weigh in on graveling it for 1 year, because I believe that it would require re-engineering, new permits, and potentially pollute the river.
So I'll provide some comments on this, but as always, I will defer to the city engineer on anything that's been done to place. It is more her role to do this than mine. But if we go to a simple gravel road, I'm worried about the design. I'm worried about the fact that the city is paying for water improvements with rims and catch basins that are going to get destroyed. So we're going to dump city dollars into water and sewer infrastructure, and then we're going to have to dump more city dollars into that water and sewer infrastructure after we pay for it, just to fix it up so we could maybe do a Cape Seal or a road next year. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the permitting. I don't know what permits are in place right now and how the design of the gravel road would change the permitting. I'm guessing that this project has what's called a Part 301 permit from Eagle for inland lakes and streams. Graveling the road would probably increase the sediment load and might invalidate that permit. You might not even be able to construct the water and sewer if you change it to gravel road. I'd have to defer to the city engineer on that. There's also a city soil erosion permit, which we talked last time, which it is issued by the city. That's a quick one that our city engineer could do. But then there is also a national pollutant discharge elimination system permit that is tied to that permit that I don't know if we can just simply redo. There's other permits involved. There's a water main permit involved. Do we have to change elevations and locations of gate valves? That's going to change our water main permit. That's issued by Eagle. Our city engineer said the other day, and I've seen this in practice, that revisions to water main permits are taking 4 to 5 months before the state of Michigan even looks at them right now. So there's other factors, all these permits, all these things that just saying, I want to put a gravel road in. I think we need to hear from the city manager, maybe from the city engineer, to see if it's even permittable to do that. My opinion is it's probably not. So then we're talking about delaying the water and sewer. Then we're talking about, are we going to have a 4-inch water main in Wimbledon for another year? Then are we talking about public safety and fighting fires? These are the things that we need to investigate before this commission can just say, I think a gravel road's a great idea, because it might not be. And until the city can provide information relative to if that's even possible, maybe it is, I could be wrong. I don't know what permits are in place.
And then, Ms. Kucharik, just one final question. Would we have to rebid the project for it to be gravel?
Yes.
So that would be another delay.
You would also have to rescind your prior actions from the last meeting.
And if we wanted to, so there have been concerns about economies of scale. We did discuss that at the last meeting. They were estimated to be roughly perhaps 15%, which could be outweighed by costs next year, nobody knows. And there was concerns about Wimbledon Phase 2 construction traffic ruining Wimbledon Phase 1. But I believe we could, should we go down that road, bid Phase 2 to say that all access to the project is not allowed to travel on Phase 1. Is that correct?
You could do that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Comments on this end of the table? Commissioner Long, we'll go with you.
Just some random comments. I'm not a big fan of doing this project without curbs. It's not in your best interest. As I said before, I've lived on and done paid for two roads. One was $12,000, one was $15,000. That's not a reason not to change things, but I'm just telling you that I've been through it. If you get a road without curbs that is going to be Cape Seal, you're going to be back here complaining. You just are. Number two is tabling the issue right now is a gamble. I want to make very clear that costs could be 20% higher next year. Number three, as far as the asserting your right to oppose or whatever petition, this is the third meeting on it, so there was no surprise on this, and I think that the city and the city attorney was very accommodating, because I don't think that all of those necessarily were. You've either got to do it in writing before the meeting, or you got to do it in person. So I commend you for trying to bend over backwards. I also have been an attorney for almost 30 years. I am the general counsel for a large multinational law firm. I handle all the ethics for the firm. And had Ms. Kucharik given any of you advice tonight, she would be disbarred. So I think that was a cheap shot to put somebody in that position. And so I'm not going to hold back on that. I'm sorry. You have every, I'm not arranging a call. It's my turn to talk. I sat and listened for an hour and a half. My turn to talk.
Okay.
All right, my turn to talk. Okay, so.
Comments, you have the opportunity to make comments again after we get through up here.
I served on the multimodal board before I served on this, and let me tell you, they put in lots of time on these roadways. And they hold meetings with the community, and they get feedback, because I was part of that. Okay, so this is not just something that the city does willy-nilly. The bond vote, you would have to have, let me just put it this way. If we did your street and you paid the full freight, we did the 170 or what have you, and next year or the year after we said, you know what, we're going to change things up. We're going to do a bond. And you went to the voting booth, and the voting booth said, we're going to do a bond, and now, in addition to paying for your street, you're going to pay a portion of every other street, 24 miles in the city of Birmingham. I don't know how you'll feel about that. Some people would say, hey, I'm a team player, fine with me, great. Other people might say, hey, that's not fair. So this is not an easy job. This is not an easy decision. There's lots of tentacles involved, and we're doing the best that we can. And quite frankly, when we were at the last meeting where we said, hey, 170 with curbs because of where we are and things are costing more, that's just too much. And we as a commission said, no, we're not going to do that. And so then we reverted back to more numbers of where you thought things were going to fall. And here we are still again. but there's water and sewer that is over 100 years old on your street. When we were doing Shirley and Arlington, there was 3 water main breaks on those streets while construction was going on. Those pipes are 100+ years old. So while I am certainly willing to think outside the box and certainly willing to say, hey, that doesn't make sense or this doesn't make sense, that stuff needs to get done. And putting it off another year has its own ramifications. So that concerns me as well. I don't know if we put it to a bond and we did this a different way, I don't know how that would go, but let's just say it takes another 6 months or a year to get that bond out and voted on, and then it's a no. So now your street is 2 years or more not improved with regard to water and sewer, regardless of whether you get curbs or you get Cape Seal or you get gravel. That is also a concern that we are grappling with, correct? I mean, I think everybody here agrees that that needs to get done. It's just what surface is going to be put on it afterwards. Waiting a year to do this all in one project seems to make sense. We just don't know what next year is going to hold. Is it going to be 20% more, 25% less? So whatever we decide as a commission to do, that's a risk that I want to make sure that everybody is aware of and it bears mentioning more than once, because I don't want people to come back and say you should have done this last year, because that's another concern.
Yep.
So with that,
Can I speak?
Yep, we're just taking comments. Commissioner Haig?
Thank you. So, we actually were told right at the very beginning this was actually just, to paraphrase, the SAD was to say that the mathematics is correct, basically. And it's become a very interesting conversation. So, I mean, I guess the mathematics is correct. It's just I don't agree with the formula. So, if you got the wrong formula, it doesn't really matter what the mathematics says at that point. Takeaways that I've taken out of that was one of them. We had a workshop earlier today about aging in place. And key takeaways in that workshop were affordability for all ages and the ability to stay in your homes. We've heard several people talking about how much of a burden it is for retirees, which is a fair comment. We've heard several people here tonight talk about the costs that this will incur in their lives with young children, because there's a bunch of us, me included, who are trying to put money away for our children's education, because this year full tuition is $120,000 per child just for tuition, if you didn't know. So if your kids went to university 20 years ago, it's probably 3 times what it cost back then. It's expensive. So I'm extremely sensitized to cost. When I look at this, I've heard the commentary from various people about the affordability and what it does to them. What it also then subsequently does, if anybody sits there and thinks, oh, well, you sell your house, someone else will buy it. Will they? I don't know that they would, given the amount of publicity that would start to generate. Because who would want to go and buy into that environment? And I have grave doubts about that. And that then has a much larger structural issue for the city. Because it goes from being a desirable community, which is why we all chose to come here, to maybe not so desirable, like the gentleman sitting here that said if he'd known a few months ago, he wouldn't have moved here. That's a big deal. It's a big deal for all of us. So I'm actually kind of heartened by the proposed delay at a year. I think it was me that brought it up in the last meeting, said why don't we just try and combine them, because I am really worried about the tear-ups. The question of could we tell construction traffic not to drive down the street? Yes, we could, but I'd love to see a 40-foot gravel train do a U-turn in an 18-foot wide road. Laws of physics don't work. They just don't. Sorry. Show me how that works, but it doesn't. So I think that's a real big problem. Now, I understand the civil engineer colleague over there, his point on graveling. So I get it. I think there are different ways of doing it. I don't think the box has been, the size of the box are kicked down adequately yet. because we don't necessarily have to put the infrastructure all the way up to the road, because if it's gravel, that surface is coming down, so why don't we just cap things underneath the road and don't put those basins in all the way up, which would help prevent damage. But again, I'm a mechanical engineer, I'm not a civil engineer, so what would I know about stuff like that? But I do think that box is being closed around the thought process way too much. Now, the question, we talked about if we had to do a general obligation bond, and this is a question from my side because I don't know the answer. Is that the only bonding type that we can do that would involve infrastructure like this? I don't know. I'm asking anyone that can answer that from the city side. Is there a different type of bond? Does it have to be called a general obligation, or is there a different type of loan the city can take out under a different name that has a different electorate requirement, for want of a better description?
Well, I'm not a bond expert, but there is a different type of bond that the city has not used that does not require an electorate vote. We just simply haven't done it, and I don't know all the details and particulars.
When we were on the Parks and Rec Board, we looked at that, and the reason the city doesn't use it is because the cost to the city is higher to use that type of bond. The interest rates are higher, the cost to do it is higher, and so the city has not done that previously. The other thing about bonding that I think is important to bring up is that the idea, you can't just pass a bond to do all 22 miles of road. And I understand why, but it would have to be a series of bonds over time, because the project for which the bond is issued has to be completed within 3 years. And we had this discussion on ad hoc. You cannot tear up all 22 miles of the city at once and do them all in 3 years. So it would be a series of bonds that would have to be voted on or paid higher interest rates over time. And so the vote would be, if it was a general obligation bond, the vote would be to the electorate to say, this is a bond that's going to cover these 3 streets or these 4 streets. And we would have to do that over and over and over to bond. The other idea would be to raise our millage, to raise our tax rate for everybody. That would likely require us to have a Headley override vote, because we don't have enough room left in our millage to be able to do that. So I just want to emphasize, this is very complicated. There is not a pile of money sitting there for us to say tonight, you know what, we're going to do Wimbledon and we're not going to charge you anything. There is not. There is a lot of considerations. As you heard, we already take money out of your tax dollars, out of the general obligation bond, to pay for maintenance, potholes, striping, bridge repairs, curb repairs on all of the 22 miles of major roads, because the Act 51 money that we get is not enough to maintain the existing major roads. So we're already using tax dollars for that. Commissioner Emerine, you said it was $6 million? Yeah.
The proposed budget, which hasn't been adopted by this commission for the next fiscal year, is increasing the major street fund total from $4.5 million to nearly $9.5 million.
And so the difference above the Act 51 dollars, that's all general money coming out of the general fund, which is resident taxes. So already using some to do that.
We used $4.5 million last year, and if this commission adopts the budget that we discussed at the budget hearing last year, it's going to go to $9.5 million.
And we understand, believe me, that there is a issue of deferred maintenance for sewer and water. It's an issue that this commission inherited and that this commission is very well aware of. Comments on social media to the obvious that we somehow are not doing anything and not being responsible and not aware. We are aware. We are working very hard to improve our sewer and water infrastructure in a logical fashion, as the city engineer has laid out, to do it in ways that make sense for the way water flows into the various drains, and so that we're not creating problems or causing breakages downstream from where we're doing work. So and that's how Wimbledon got broken up into phase 1 and phase 2. But we inherited this problem because nobody ever wanted anybody to touch their roads. Nobody ever wanted anybody to work on their roads. And so therefore, the stuff underneath the roads didn't get fixed. It's a deferred maintenance issue that is now a big number, and we're not the only community facing that. Any community that is as old as we are, that has infrastructure underground, as old as we do, has this issue that they are trying to deal with. And then the road on top of it is the issue on top of the stuff underneath. So it is complicated, and we are doing our best to look at all the options. Commissioner Haig.
So, yeah, the last thing I wanted to put in there, so thank you for additional clarification as well. I brought this up before, and I think I want to circle back on this one. You've actually gone and given a lead into it. We have a finite pot of money. So, okay, every dollar that each one of us, I don't want to say you because I pay it just like you do. Every dollar that we pay, the city only receives 34 cents of it.
Yep.
Now, our previous finance director started, he has a great graphic that shows the breakdown of where each cent goes in a dollar, and I believe we're going to continue that. I actually would like to see it broken even further so that we see what Oakland County gets, etc. So let's start with 34% of what we pay is what the city gets. That's the first baseline. So within that finite pot of money, and you all were here earlier, you heard what happened with the proposed recreation senior center. I would like to see a similar questionnaire go out to the entire community and literally ask, what are your top 5 projects that you would like to see in this city? What are they? What are your priorities? I know what mine are. I'm not going to discuss them here. I know what mine are. Troy did it recently. I actually gave this information to the city. It's on the City of Troy's website. They've got Facebook posts about it, and that's where I learned about it. If we could just top 5, top 10, whatever it is, I want to see that, because then to me that is the direction from our community, ourselves, to tell the 7 of us where we should try and spend the money, because then it's a group consensus, because this is a very difficult balance for us. This is not easy to sit up here and listen to people that are upset. Right. We've all been in similar positions at different times. That's probably why half of us are sitting up here, because something wound us up and we decided to do something about it. I want to see this direction go from the city out to every single resident, say, what do you want? What are your top 10, top 5? I don't care what the number is. I want to see that, because then as an entire community, we decided where we're going to spend our money, majority vote, and if we don't like it, then, sorry, but the majority said, and it can be infrastructure first. It could be. Now, most of you don't even realize that the police station down here, when it rains really badly, they sometimes get 2-3 inches of water in the basement, and that's what they walk through. That's what their lockers are on, their tables sit on. This building that we're sitting in right now is in dire need of a lot of work. If you ever have a chance to go into some of the offices over here for building department or community planning, see how crowded they are. Mm-hmm. This building may look really nice, but it's been held together with duct tape and bubble gum as well. The police department, we had some discussion about it very recently, where we're trying to do certain things to maintain our accredited status, and we have to do improvements to what we have, and there are some great ideas from the police department on how they can make these small steps within the existing envelope of this building. These cost money. Where do these lie on everybody's priorities is really what I want to see. And if it comes down to, it could be roads first, then, wow, we didn't realize City Hall and the police department had those problems. Perhaps that's second. Or it could be, we want a senior recreation centre first. Whatever it may be, tell us what you want. As an entire community, tell us what you want. Majority vote, we'll figure out what to do with the 34 cents that we get of each dollar that we all pay as taxes. Because then we chose together. That's what I would like to see from everybody.
And I think you should note it's not really an open slate, because of that 34 cents, roughly half of it is already spent on police and fire.
There's a lot of allocations within it, but you get my drift.
There's really 17 cents to dicker with, unless you want to cut back on the police and fire.
Which I don't, by the way.
But
well, police, fire, and actually I throw DPS in that as well, right, because you guys really want someone to come out at 3 o'clock on a Sunday night when the water main's broken.
And
Trust
fix
me,
it.
you really do. And so you want that service out there. But I think the point's been made that give us the direction as a community, and if the community says, you know what, we're fed up with this 85-15% formula, we want to actually do it a different way, and we're prepared to burden that cost upon ourselves as a community for the community, even if we paid for it for our street last year, 10 years ago, fine. Community direction, let's go. Let's just do it. Tell us. So I guess I have two asks within that. One is to the city administration. How can we get that sent out promptly? We just got our water bills, because I've got mine sitting on my desk at home, so unfortunately we missed this cycle of the water bills to do the exact same thing. How can we do that quickly? And I want to have a structured question for answers. The second, hang on a second, the second ask is, you lot, everyone watching, talk to every single friend you got, not in your neighborhood. You know someone on the other side of town. You know someone in another corner of town, the parents at school. Go ask them, what do they want? Send me an email if you want. Send it to all of us. What do you want? Because then we know what you're looking for as a group. So it's a two-way street here. Work with us, we'll work with you, please. Thank you.
Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem Baller.
I'm going to change it up a little bit because I don't want to lecture you guys. Not that anybody's been lecturing you, but I want to talk to you guys, okay? Because we're the ones who have to deal with this. I don't want to go through this again. This is
Through what again?
This sort of thing. I got to sit in the back room.
Yeah, you did.
While you went through Arlington and Shirley. This is really hard. We need to figure this out because we can't keep doing this. This road should be paved with asphalt, with curbs and gutters, and that's the way it should be, especially if it's a
major road.
Major road, okay? It's all about the cost. Who's going to pay for it, okay? We're going to keep every time. We need an infrastructure master plan that takes into account improved roads, unimproved roads, all the costs. It takes into account design. It takes into account funding. We consider alternative funding ideas, and we get buy-in from the community. And we need to do it quickly. So we need to sort of write the master plan, take it to the community, get them to understand it, and not just the people who are affected this year, but the people who are going to be affected next year. It also involves a better prioritization algorithm that takes into account more than just road surface, water, and sewer. It's got to take into account traffic, location. Is it in or adjacent to a commercial area or a school or whatever? So we can come up with this. We can work on it. I was never happy. I couldn't believe back when we did Oak Street across from the cemetery. Number one, we didn't do the whole street. We did these people were having water was flowing into their garages because the Cape Sealed Street was so hot. So they demanded we do it. And there was it was literally a stretch from Lakeview to Greenwood, and that's all we did, or even Lakeview to Hazelwood. But number one, why didn't we do the whole thing? And number two, we made those people pay for it? I just couldn't believe that, but we did. And they paid 85%. For that little stretch. So it didn't sit right with me then, and it doesn't sit right with me now that a major street, the people should have that. I'd be willing to I don't know if we could do this, but I'd be willing tonight to say that major roads, we go 50-50, and that's it. Another thing we might consider now or down the road is caps. So you can either cap the total amount that a resident would have to pay, or you could cap the per foot on it. You could be arbitrary or whatever. You could say $150 a foot. That's all we're going to charge it. Anything over that, we pay. So there's things we can do. I'm not happy that we went as far as we could go. And then we're being asked to go to gravel. We eliminated the asphalt. We eliminated the curbs. Now they want us. Now we're talking about eliminating Cape Seal. It doesn't make any sense.
So Commissioner Baller, I would note that your major roads, 50/50, would need to be residential major roads, not all.
Okay, well, whatever. I don't know what we would come up with. If there's a motion to be made tonight to get this out of the way and get it moving, I don't know. Maybe there is, maybe there's not.
You make it, I'll second it.
I think the motion that we heard tonight was to delay for a year, do it all at once, and put together a second committee to look at funding options.
Okay, well, I'm not a big fan of committees,
Well,
but, whatever.
I think the point is that a general election bond is not necessarily what I'm advocating for, because that's complicated, but there's been suggestion, of changing the ratios from 85-15 to something else that's more favorable. I just think that we've learned something since this report was put out, and we've been through, one economic downturn with COVID, and now another one with our current administration, and so I just think we are obligated to about face a little bit and look at what we've learned and maybe reapply it. And I don't know how to do that, but I don't want to wait 2 years. I'm too anxious for this to keep going, to wait 2 years to reform a committee and vote on it and, whatever. So my thought is we have these residents in front of us who are not content with even, the Cape Seal under these circumstances. So, and they're group number 3. I think with Westwood, we thought, okay, they're a little crabby about this. Shirley and Arlington was next level, and this is not any better. And all this tells me is something isn't right. This is not just people whining about paying money. It's bigger than that, and I feel implored to do something different about it. We have talked about GovPilot. The number one concern of residents are potholes. So perhaps, like bonds for city parks pass with flying colors, maybe if we put out a bond to say we're going to fix the roads and we're going to have to keep passing this bond every 3 years to get all this work done. If the right energy is behind it, I believe where there's a will, there's a way. If we educate the community properly, like this is what we're dealing with. We have 100-year-old water lines and sewer lines. We have to fix it. And when we fix it, we got to tear up your road. So I think with education of the community, with engaged people who care to help spread the word, you guys were very effective in getting your entire street to get on the phone tonight. I mean, so like this can be done. So if I need to make a motion that we table Wimbledon to next, I don't know what the language should be, but that this particular improvement is delayed until phase 2 and phase 1 can be properly vetted, surveyed, budgeted. We hold the money that was allocated for the infrastructure so that we can apply it next year, knowing that we don't know what that means. We don't know what that's going to look like. Costs may be better and they may be worse. And we use that benefit of time to study this in some other way. I don't think a workshop is sufficient.
I have some ideas.
Let's hear them.
No. But later on.
That's independent of a motion.
We've drifted away from where we were somewhat, and I think we
Right.
need to circle back around. So many of us have sort of said it. I think the general consensus here is for a motion to delay the actual project for a year. So I think we've had enough of us have mentioned that in some way, shape, or form. It's not necessarily universally agreed upon. But I think it seems to me majority is we delay for a year. I'm with Mayor Pro Tem Balla. Making another committee is not really, it's a paper tiger.
Okay, so
The multimodal board has had the last 2 meetings cancelled. They're clearly not being given enough to do. So fine, you know what, multimodal board, you got 6 months. End of story. They don't have enough to do right now, apparently, so fine, that's their job. It's now the multimodal's job. Come up with something as a proposal. End of story. So I would motion for delaying it for a year and sending it to the multimodal.
I don't know that we want to send it to the multimodal board. For tonight's action, we are here to confirm or not confirm the role. We would confirm the role because it's correct in its form and price, but if we don't, in its calculation, right? But if we don't wish to move forward with this project this year, so I'm asking for legal advice from our city attorney,
to the commission, and our city manager is free to weigh in. It seems like the path forward would be, we would take no action on confirming the role. We would pass a motion that we wish to have Wimbledon Phase 1 and Phase 2 handled as a single project in the following year, knowing that we can carry over the money that we've already budgeted for the Phase 1 infrastructure to the following year. We make no promises about how we would handle the funding for Wimbledon Phase 1 and Phase 2 together next year, but we would, as Commissioner Schaefer has suggested, spend some time thinking about other options in that time period. And so
And you have to rescind the
You have to rescind
previous
3 prior resolutions,
Right.
both for the finding of necessity and confirmation of the role for the infrastructure.
Right.
And then the resolution where you had the finding of necessity for the paving project from the last meeting.
And do we need to do that tonight?
Yes, you would have to.
Okay, who proposed them
You
all?
would have to rescind all 3. We probably have to give the clerk a minute to determine the dates of the meetings, the resolution numbers. And then, as far as this particular hearing goes, then you would find that you do not support the role.
Mayor,
Yes.
I was in the midst of my comments and somehow it got away from me. I have a couple of other ideas here, okay? Can somebody tell me how much this entire project costs?
No.
Soup to nuts, the whole thing, including special assessments, everything, water, sewer, you name it. Even if we were going to, yeah. Including Caitlin, she's coming.
Melissa, she's coming.
Total cost for water, sewer, and roads funds would be approximately right now $3.7 million.
$3.7 million. We're asking a special assessment of $200 and some thousand. All this conversation is about a $204,000 special assessment. What if, we're not letting them off the hook right away. We can't do gravel. We do Cape Seal. Cape Seal's temporary. We do the road. We get this done the way they want to do it, the way the engineer wants to do it. We get the water done. We get the sewer done. We pay for the Cape Seal. Then we redo our mechanisms and how we do it because we really want curbs and asphalt there. And I would say they're going to get curbs and asphalt. It's probably not going to cost them as much, but it's going to cost them something, and we're going to figure out how to pay for it. But that's what we need time to do. We need time to figure out how to get curbs and asphalt on that street. In the meantime, we need to fix the water. And to me, another $200,000 on the backs of the city instead of, what did you say for gravel? 40?
30.
30? Let's say it's 50, that you're maybe off a little. I don't know. 200. What did we pay for a mast arm on Bates? $700,000. Okay, let's put this into perspective, okay? I sat in the other room when you guys decided that the water main had to be done on Arlington and sidewalks be damned. We got to do them water main. Just saying. Okay, I'm done. But that's a legit proposal.
So my one question there is, if the city funds the paving of Wimbledon, what precedent does that set for future roads?
It's not paving. It's
Cape Seal.
Do the crummiest Cape Seal
But we
you can
don't pay
find.
for Cape Seal for other roads.
Do the Cape Seal that'll last 1 year. Maybe we can get the cost of
Drive a
Cape
truck
Seal
over
down.
it, that's all it lasts. Look at my street.
You would still have to rescind the motion from the last meeting where you found the necessity for a special assessment district for the paving.
Okay.
So you would rescind that, and then you could pass your motion to how you handle this road.
But just phase 1 of this road is what's before us.
Yes.
And there was a lot of discussion about doing it all at once, so city
All the
time
maths is
moves
done.
really slow.
All the maths
so
is done for the first part of it, and I mean, Commissioner Emmerich said that there's the work to be done, but it's planned for being done in the future, so it doesn't negate that, and there's a plan for phase 2 anyway, so I don't think it's actually changing the timeline, no. It's just changing the execution of the first part, but it's not changing the timeline for the entire length of the project, because Phase 2 is a planned project already with planned tasks to be performed at points in time. It's in the 5-year plan. So
I don't know the status of that.
No. I'm just saying, this is my understanding, that it's the execution of the first half. It's not the timeline of when it would actually all be done. That's where I'm seeing the difference.
I don't know what you mean.
So your proposal, so we have one proposal that says delay, rescind 3 actions, combine it as one 1-mile-long project next year, and in the meantime, we think about.
The condition of which is uncertain.
Yeah, the condition is uncertain, and we would think about how we would explore alternate funding mechanisms in the meantime. Yours is to move forward with Phase 1 of Wimbledon only. The city eats the cost of the crappy Cape Seal job, as you said, which is going to have puddles and so forth, for which we would only rescind 1 action, nothing to do with sewer and water, those 2 would still stand. And then you're tying that to a future activity wherein we would come back and insist that it become a fully improved road.
As part of Phase 2.
As part of Phase 2, and that the residents would have some responsibility for that, but we do not know what it is.
Correct.
Can I ask a question of Melissa? On a timeline? Sorry, I know you just went and sat down. My question is, what would be the proposed timeline if we executed Phase 1 right now? We said, we voted on what's before us. And if we were to start the process for planning out Phase 2, which I recognize has not yet been done, but if we gave the direction to start planning Phase 2, what would be the timeline for being able to do them both together? Like, what is the actual delay of time?
So if the approved tonight, we would bring forward contract books to City Commission for approval sometime in June. So it might be the first City Commission first meeting in June would probably be the target timeframe for that. And then with that, for the future projects, we usually don't start design until July, and part of that is getting a topographic survey of Phase 2. And with that, we probably wouldn't go out to bids until January, February of next year.
So it could be almost exactly a year, like June of 2026.
What was your original plan yesterday for Phase 2 of Wimbledon? What was the timing to do that?
Phase 2 would just be the exact same thing. So when the budget gets approved, we've got the funds starting July 1st to release our consulting engineers to be able to start the design on the project. With that, you got to take the topographic survey, which can take 1 to 2 months, get soil borings during that process.
Her question basically was the same timeline, whether it was the question she asked or the plan you had yesterday. That end date for the entirety of Wimbledon as a completed street wouldn't actually be different in your mind right now?
Right now, no. Phase 2 would just go on as planned, as normal for our design of engineering starting July 1st.
That's what I was trying to establish.
And you could combine them both and do them both next June, for example.
With that, that would be additional time essentially to have our current plans updated and merge into Phase 2. Additional cost for us to go out for permitting right now because some of our permits said construction was going to happen this year. We need to go back and get revised permits to make sure that construction can happen next year, because sometimes the permits expire depending on it within a year time frame of when you applied and or issue.
Or sometimes they can be renewed.
Renewed, yeah, but some of these ones we would have to essentially submit revised information saying that construction is going to start next year, not this year.
So additional work, but it's not like everything's torn up, thrown away, and you start the entire project from scratch. It's an increment.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I also wanted to mention one more point of clarification on if you are going to put everything over to next year and you have to rescind the 3 prior resolutions, because the action of rescinding was not noticed on an agenda, you may do it, but you need 5 out of 7 votes for that to pass. It's simple majority if it's previously noticed, excuse me.
Thank you. Any other concerns that either of you have? Since we're all thinking out of the box here? No? Okay, so,
Do you want a motion?
Well, wait,
well,
may I?
we have two competing ideas on the floor here.
I wanted to comment on the one.
Okay.
What I like about Mayor Pro Tem Baller's suggestion is it still gets the water and sewer done this year on half of the roadway. Go ahead.
My concerns are actually what Commissioner Schaefer said about setting a precedent and all this and that. That's a problem. I'm more concerned with the fact that this commission has already established necessity. And now we're talking about rescinding that necessity. So last meeting it was needed. Now all of a sudden it's not. That's problematic. So if there is any motion tonight about rescinding necessity, I'll be voting no. I will not be in favor of that. So I would be in favor of what Commissioner Long and what Commissioner Baller talked about, because replacing that water main is needed. It's needed now. It can't wait.
That would still require rescinding necessity for the special assessment for the paving.
It's a different one.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so the thing that concerns me, I see the benefits to both ideas. I think that no matter which way we go, we would still look at having a new ad hoc committee to study this idea.
So here's a question. If we can change that the city is going to eat the cost of the Cape Seal, why can we not suggest a change in the split, just the same? Like, for example, maybe the outcome of this new ad hoc committee that isn't yet formed is that we say instead of an 85-15 split, we're going 50-50. I mean, maybe that's the outcome. Maybe it's not a bond. Maybe we're just going to go halvesies. Instead of the city tonight saying we're just going to cover the whole cost, could we make the same suggestion that we're changing the condition? Because it's an outlier anyway. Mm-hmm. And let this be the impetus to go forward differently from this point forward.
So
My concern is, I want the asphalt and curbs. So if we're going 50-50, I want to do it on the asphalt and curbs. If we absolutely need some kind of surface there that isn't gravel, then you can call it whatever you want. It's a temporary surface that's going to get eaten up by construction. We're told anyway.
Right.
So
And then at what point do we go back to make it better?
phase two.
Oh.
Okay,
Part of
but
phase
so
two.
Commissioner Baller, but you have no guarantee that any of these residents want a fully improved road with asphalt and curbs, whether they pay for it or not.
Well, it's a major street.
And we have no
What do we
guarantee that
want?
they wouldn't show up and protest that for phase
No,
two.
and
We
they
do not.
probably would.
So,
At what point do we grow a backbone?
Well, we've had a backbone. Really strong one.
yes, we've had a backbone twice already, and you have all said that you don't want to do it that way anymore. So, Commissioner Host.
I'm piggybacking on what the mayor just said. Thanks to Wimbledon, we know that all of North Poppleton does not want to be paved. They want the Cape Seal. And they want their sewers done pronto.
And by the way, I agree that many of those streets should be Cape Seal. We're talking about a major street here. It's different.
It is, except I think the revelation really happened for most of us last week in the budget meeting when the penny dropped, because I looked at everybody's faces and there was astonishment on a lot of faces when we were told it was a major street, because that was not clear to any of us beforehand, or maybe one or two at most. So somehow the communication wasn't really working terribly well there to begin with, but I was not the only person that sat there and went, wait, it's a what? You did the same thing as well. And so
is
there are circumstances that are different. Now, before I finish I'm going to try and finish where I'm going with that. I understand what you're talking about, but you're suggesting, proposing, however we wish to say it, this solution. But I think a lot of the people that live there would like to have a say on that as well. Kind of to the mayor's point, and I'm trying to be a bit of a devil's advocate here. they bought an environment. We all bought our homes because of what we found attractive in our homes, the places we wish to spend our lives. And one concern I have is that I fully understand what you're suggesting for all sorts of reasons, but that's not the environment that people bought. They looked for a specific set of whatever the value items were.
Potholes, puddles.
Listen, I grew up out in the countryside.
All right.
You're talking about, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
But we all purchased something that we wanted, and it's now changing that aesthetic. So I do have a concern with that, even though I understand the request. So it's a bit of a conundrum as to how to actually proceed with this. Your proposal has a lot of value.
So I want to bring it back and say that the other idea that Commissioner Schaefer has introduced is whether we would move forward at 50-50 for Wimbledon Phase 1. Would that also, Ms. Kucherick, set precedent for Wimbledon Phase 2?
Everything you do can set precedent.
Right. So, and then we would have to say that we undertake no other projects until we get this figured out.
Yeah,
But in order to move forward on the sewer and water, Commissioner Schaefer has asked whether we would go 50-50 on, and would that require any new noticing, any new public hearings, any new SADs, because I want to make sure that we stay
Calculation.
legal and appropriate.
Yes.
And the confirmation of the role would have to be changed, redone,
Yes.
and renoticed?
Yeah,
Yes.
and I mean, this is, highly unusual. So I am looking at the ordinance and,
So let me just suggest that I could be in support. I agree with you. We set necessity. I don't change my tune that this is necessary to fix the water and the sewer on your street and all the other ones where it needs to be fixed. So I could be supportive of this condition where we move this forward in Phase 1 and we Cape Seal it. I am just a little unclear on what the precedent is when we say we're going to cover the cost in this condition and this condition only.
so.
I
at
could be
this
supportive of
particular
doing
hearing-
half of it now and not putting down gravel, but
Well, okay, let's look at it slightly different for the cost.
But let's let Ms. Kucherick make her remarks, please.
So, at the meeting, the commission shall consider all objections to the special assessment roll submitted in writing or orally at the meeting. The commission may correct the roll as to any special assessment or description of any lot or land or other errors appearing therein, or the commission may, by resolution, annul the assessment roll and direct that a new roll be prepared following the same procedures applicable to the making of the original roll. If after hearing all objections and making a record of such changes as the commission deems justified, the commission determines that it is satisfied with the special assessment roll and that the assessments are in proportion to the benefits received, it shall thereupon pass a resolution making such determination. So if in this particular case, you are determining that the benefit is not in proportion to the assessment, in this case, you could determine that there's a different assessment. You would have to annul this roll, direct a new roll be created, and you could then direct the new percentage if your finding is that the 85% is not proportionate to the benefit derived.
Because of the concern that the residents have raised about Wimbledon being a major street, even though we're not trying to design it to be a cut-through, because that's absolutely not true.
Yes.
So
you are not then rescinding
the necessity.
So you have two separate special assessment districts going, right? Infrastructure and paving. You're not going to undo that. It's going forward. And
We're just
then
correcting
you've got to
it.
put the road back on somewhere. You've determined that the road's got to come off and it's got to go back on. The difference now is in the roll and the amount.
I don't think anyone
based
questioned
upon
the
your
necessity for the
findings in this
infrastructure,
hearing-
subsurface infrastructure. I think I heard it from multiple people that said, okay, we understand the water and the sewer, fine,
So-
do it.
Yeah, okay.
It's just literally it's the cost of how to basically seal the package.
So we have a way forward without rescinding further actions where we could go 50-50 for Wimbledon as a major road. for this special assessment for the Cape Seal that allows Phase 1 to continue to happen this year. I guess my question is, Mary, I think we would need you to design the motion that would need to be made for that, and then the commission could make it and second it, and then we can hear from the residents whether they are good with that. I mean, we could vote for it anyway because it is certainly more just, but it's not zero, and many of them want zero. So I would be interested to see whether, 50-50 would satisfy most people. They did bring that up as an example from what is more equitable in other communities. And then and it still gets Wimbledon done while we go through this process where we consider other alternatives.
So the action then that you would want is 50-50 split? Is that what I'm hearing?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. I'd like to confer with the manager and go to the bathroom.
All right, so then let's
In that order.
let's take a 10:41 PM. Let's take a 5-minute break, please. So we will adjourn for 5 minutes.
back in session. Our, Ms. Kucharik has provided a motion that Commissioner Schaefer is going to make. Then we'll ask for a second, and then we will have discussion on it. And Ms. Kucharik, you're telling us that it requires 5 votes?
No, that was for rescinding. This
Okay,
is
so it just
a normal
requires a simple majority. All right, thank you with that clarification. So,
This is complicated. I'm reading someone else's handwriting. Whereas the City Commission hearing all objections to the assessment roll, and whereas the City Commission does not find that the assessments are in proportion to the benefits received to the parcels in Phase 1 of Wimbledon Paving Special Assessment District, as the City Commission has confirmed that Wimbledon is a major road in a residential area that is unimproved, and whereas the City Commission has determined that the 85-15 split is not proportional in this particular circumstance. Be it further resolved that special assessment roll number 915 be annulled and direct that a new roll be prepared following the same procedures applicable to making of the original roll and directing a 50-50 split.
do we have a second?
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. The choice is to go with this motion. The other choice is to delay the entire project 1 year.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
And that with this motion, we proceed with further study of this
Right, but
condition.
that is not part of this motion.
Okay, well,
That would be a separate discussion. Yes, you can't have an asterisk on a motion, I'm sorry.
Alex has a comment.
Can I get his writing, because I'm not fast enough.
So we have a motion and we have a second. Discussion on the motion. Commissioner Baller.
I'm not going to support it. I regret having voted in favor last meeting for Cape Seal. This should be an improved road. We ought to figure out how to pay for it, or ought to have curbs, at least from the point, at least this section. I'm not talking about the eastern section of Wimbledon. This section ought to be fully improved. And if they pay for anything, they should pay for something of quality. We're making that, we're giving them a cut rate on something that's not good. And it's gonna remain that way. It's not, we're never gonna get a good road, because they're never gonna go for the quality unless we give it to them absolutely free after this. So, that's all I have to say.
Commissioner Long?
You know, sometimes the best result is where nobody likes it. Number one. Number two is I am adamant that the water and sewer needs to get done. Like this year on Phase 1. I would like to see, I'd like to see curbs on this road because it is a major road, because I don't think it's going to hold up, because I think that we're going to be back at it again, and we have a lot of other roads to do. So I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem Baller that, you know, we've got to do this right, and you know, you build a house and you get 50, you get charged 50% of the cost, you get 50% of the quality of the house, or half the house, or what have you. But that being said, it's paramount to me that the water and sewer get done, because it is a necessity. It is a health, safety, and welfare issue, and I just really have a hard time putting that off. It is a necessity. Where we go from there, I'm open to the suggestions of the commission.
Commissioner Host?
You know, the motion is to rescind the current SAD costs, correct?
No.
No.
It's to annul the assessment roll as presented this evening, to do a new roll with the direction of 50-50 split instead of 85-15.
Okay, I have two caveats. One is if the Cape Seal doesn't hold up, I assume the city free of charge, if we consider, you know, do the Cape Seal, they will fix it after Phase 2. That's a question.
That is not contemplated at this time.
Okay.
What's contemplated is that when we bid Phase 2, we would direct and enforce that the Phase 2 contractors would not drive on Phase 1, and using barricades and so forth, and they would be responsible for fixing minor damage at the margins. But an unimproved road, the city does not absorb the future maintenance of. That's.
Well, we're used to that. You know, it's supposed to be 7 to 10 years, but we've let this one go a lot longer.
Yes.
The second caveat is, if you look at the current SAD expenses here, and if you know Wimbledon, you know that certain lots, you know, it's set up differently than the English would set it up, which would be quadrants. It's set up for very nice wandering, and as such, 139 Wimbledon, 187 Wimbledon, 144 and 147 and 463 and 340 all have very strange lots, and they're getting assessed exorbitantly relative to the normal Poppleton lot. And I think at some point we should address that.
That is not part of this motion. And there is some benefit for having a lovely large yard, but we are not repairing that consideration in this motion. I think that's beyond our ability and our scope this evening.
Okay.
Commissioner Emmerine.
I agree with Commissioner Long. The water and sewer is needed. It's very important. I agree. But this motion and this discussion is on pavement only right now. That's what the motion was. It has nothing to do with water and sewer. The motion also suggested that the commission finds that it's not proportional for the benefit they're receiving. I find that it is. I don't agree with that statement. I also think that the city commission shouldn't be sitting here at 11 o'clock and discussing percentage changes and not having further study, further discussion on it. I think this is setting a precedent. It's going to be a detriment to the city moving forward and setting a precedent for every other road. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this motion.
Okay, I will note that this precedent only applies to major unimproved in a residential area, so it is limited as to precedent.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
How many of those roadways, I think I know the answer, but how many of those roadways do we have that meet the criteria of what you just laid
This
out?
one.
I think it's just
Reading.
Reading.
3.5.
Okay, well, hold on.
There's, major unimproved residential.
Chesterfield, largely Midvale, portions of Oak, Reading.
And how many of those are, have not been worked on?
Those are all unimproved.
They're all unimproved, I'd be interested to know where they are on the list.
Oh, well,
I
like.
think Oak's in the plan coming up,
Yeah,
isn't
I
it?
think our Oak is.
Right.
Right, and we did do some
Right now,
on
recently.
some of we did Cape Seal on Reading and largely.
And Renault. I think we
Right.
did Renault.
So I think Commissioner Long, the idea would be that in the interim, before those roads come back in front of us again, we would have this discussion about a permanent process, which would change everything anyway, perhaps.
Okay.
Commissioner Hay?
I'm still digesting it. I mean, it's better, but Commissioner Host has got some point about the shapes. And the English wouldn't have set it up that way. We didn't set stuff up rectilinear.
Stop it.
It's an improvement on where we were for the financial burden on everybody, but it's still a troubling pathway because we don't have a really robust solution. Now, again, to the point that was made about the water and sewer, I don't think anybody's arguing about that. I don't think anybody's debating that. Everybody understands the urgency, the need, and the improvements. To me, it's really just how we seal this box back up after we put everything back inside. It's the top. And I've still got, I don't know, I'm still really concerned about it because
I guess my point is that we already made the decision to put Cape Seal at the last, we already determined this was going to be Cape Seal. All we're redetermining now is how it's paid for. We already made the decision that it's going to be Cape Seal.
I voted no.
Okay, well, some of us made the decision that it was going to be Cape Seal.
So, yes, the will of the commission was that it will
The
be Cape Seal.
majority vote was that
Yes.
it would be this.
Yes, all right. So, and I think what we're trying to do, and I agree that this is ad hoc and that it's making sausage in public, and it is not the way we normally do business. I think we are all trying to get to a place where we move this project forward tonight so that Wimbledon Phase 1 can happen. And then we will look at the processes going forward. That is the commitment that this commission seems to have made. So we've heard. And so I guess I will ask for public comment on the motion. Any residents like to stand up in support of this motion? Or in opposition to this motion?
I'll keep it brief. I know it's been a late night for everyone. First, thanks for everyone for hearing us. Really appreciate it. I can tell you're all, really working hard on this issue, and I think we're making some great progress. Quick note about necessity. No, like we said, no one's debating the need for this water, but if East of Wimbledon can wait, I think most of us would be happy to wait another year in West Wimbledon to do it right, if that's an option. If it's not, don't let me throw a wrench in the works, but treating East like West seems okay to me. But bigger point, the option B, the Cape Seal paved curb option, I think was well received last fall. It was going to be like $80 a foot. The reason we kind of got upset, it was the cost was going to be double. If we did the 50-50 split at the price that was like $185 a foot, that would almost make us back to where the pricing was going to be last August, I think, when we arrived at the nice compromise option. So I like, if it's on the table, I still like curbs and Cape Seal with a 50-50 split. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, evening, everyone. Chris Lake 139 Wimbledon. I guess I don't want to rehash everything, but a couple things. I think there's a lack of clarity in the process for the homeowners here. I mean, you heard folks who are protesting tonight who aren't even on the SAD. So there's no need for them to protest. I just want to point out that we as homeowners have a very limited understanding of what we're supposed to do in interacting with the city commission. How do we make recommendations? Even the way this is proposed, we're trying to figure out up here, is it 26 feet or is it the Cape Seal as is? I mean, I think when we implemented the finding and necessity a number of weeks ago, there was a lack of clarity in the motion that was put forward as to whether or not we were reverting to Cape Seal as is or Cape Seal with a 26-foot width.
It's Cape Seal with the 26-foot width, absolutely.
Okay. I didn't see that in the way the motion was written, so that's my bad. But anyways, I think we need more clarity. The second comment I'll make is that you guys came to us with a sense of urgency that the water and sewer needed to be done. But I said before in the last time that the engineering drawings weren't done for the east side of Wimbledon. The engineering drawings aren't done for the other portion north of Wimbledon either. If it's that urgent, you need to come with a plan that shows not what we're just doing this year, but next year, the year after. And I understand that budgeting for engineering is difficult. I'm an engineer myself. But if it's that urgent, it necessitates the forward-looking planning for that. I think that's part of the basis why when you come to us and say it's going to be this expensive and you're buying, or you're buying, we're buying, I'm buying this on an emergency basis, I expect it to be more expensive. And for that reason, I also don't think it's commensurate with the value that I receive. I think if the planning were better, I think if the organization of how engineering was planning these other streets and getting group costing, it would go a long way to making it cheaper. I've already said that, so I'm sorry for boring you with that.
There is a multi-year plan, and it does show that we are planning for Wimbledon Phase 2 next year. And then after that, I mean, there's a plan for roads that goes out to 2030 that shows you.
2050, doesn't it?
I understand that,
And we're doing
Mayor.
it in segments, starting, because of where the water flows, starting with you.
If I book my Delta flight 3 days before I have to fly, I pay premium fees. You're bidding the project in the year in which you want to do it. You're going to pay premium fees. That's the part that I take objection to.
Okay.
So a couple other things. You guys were talking about other ways to pay for it, and it was focused heavily on bonds. Previously, my wife and I had proposed that as a developer comes in and knocks down a home, which is, Prop A Headley Limited, and puts up 5 additional homes in that same footprint, that's an extreme benefit to the city. You guys get a bunch of new tax revenue, $1 million homes that go up, and it rebalances what comes in. You've said previously before that those new developers would also be repaving the roads if they chose to do a new development at that time. That's not a benefit that we get because our neighborhood was already existing. So I think when you guys take a step back and you say, hey, we're going to refigure out how to calculate this, how city does permitting, how you guys engage the new developers in terms of having them come to the table with how roads are redone is absolutely essential. And Mayor Pro Tem Baller, I appreciate your comments with respect to the 50-50 and also recognizing that Wimbledon is a major road. If you want to have this road redone with concrete and curbs and have it meet the requirements of a major road, then the city needs to pay for that. The city needs to come in at 50-50 or fund it entirely. The city has been collecting funding for a number of years with Wimbledon as a major road. That's not a benefit that's been given to us. We're reflected as though we're any other road or non-major road in the neighborhood. So I thank the commission for walking back to the 50-50. I think it's in line with expectations. The only concern I'll leave with at this point is please don't come back to us a year from now, 2 years from now, and ask us to tear up a Cape Seal road and pay for it all. Because we've had a road for 10 years now that's been unimproved. It's Cape Seal, it's falling apart, probably 15 years since it's last been done. Just don't come back and ask us to pay for it again in 2 years. Thank you.
Hi, Jack McInerney, 129 Abbey. You were talking about the 50-50 split on the improved world. I have Abbey also. Is that going to be a 50-50 split also? So that's my question. Thank you.
So thank you all for the creative thinking tonight. It's been really appreciated by me, and I know other residents as well. I like this idea that we're at least, the general concept, because it does give us time to get to this Senate bill and see what happens. And I just want to make sure that that's sort of part of the equation here, because what if we do decide on 50-50 tonight, but then the city gets this big influx of extra money, potentially $400,000 more per year. How could that potentially, I'm not saying you need to think about it definitively happening, but think about that possibility and what path that would take us down and how that could affect funding in the future. And the city's got, and I think this is probably not a unique situation among Michigan cities, but the city has an issue with roads, a big one. And there's now this funding bill before the Senate that is a massive amount of money for you all and for others. And while, I would love to say, let's get all the residents down there, the city would greatly benefit. And I know the city probably has lobbyists, if I had to guess. So if there are opportunities to leverage your, relationships with lobbyists to advance that bill and explain the situation that the city's in because of lack of funding for the roads, that could move the needle. If they hear about this, maybe they would say, oh, it's, Birmingham. I don't know how they would react, but I think that, we have a unique situation that could help move the needle there. And if there's a way for you all to express that story through lobbyists as opposed to just somebody calling a senator.
So the city doesn't spend money on lobbyists, but we do. That would not be perhaps a useful use of your tax dollars, but we do have very good relationships with our representative and our senator, and we have spoken to them.
Okay. And that's great to hear. And hopefully they, and who is this is a
McMorrow?
McMorrow, yeah. I moved here 6 years ago, so I'm still catching up on everything. McMorrow. All right, well, we'll also rally to make sure we're giving them calls as well.
Thank you.
I don't know if I'll have the chance again to speak, so I'll say thank you for doing the critical thinking here and listening to reason and, opening the door here to discussion about this issue and, going outside of the general processes to do that and hearing the residents. I'll also apologize if comments were misconstrued about the frustration that residents sometimes have with regard to not knowing the laws and not understanding what happens in this public forum and feeling as though a very, very qualified lawyer is here on one side and, we're lucky to have maybe a couple on our street, but that is just the frustration and it's not, directed that anyone's doing anything improper. And I think we were afforded a lot of courtesies tonight, so we do appreciate that from the city attorney's side. I just want to bring up, again, when we're talking about the costs, I think, Tim mentioned it and others, if we are having like a baseline about costs here and we're going to go down this route of like, what's the resident's expectation? We did do this, if you recall. I mean, we had up there all of these alternative A, B, C, and D, right? And we voted on that. We, as a street, we petitioned and I went door to door with Tim and Rick and other people and Jack, and we knocked on everyone's door and asked, what option do you want? And we all, almost a vast majority, wanted B, which was the 26 with the Cape Seal, unimproved with curbs. So a lot of the frustration here was stemming from, it was a 215% increase to what we were shown, which was $47 to $80 per foot. And the estimates that came back were wildly above that. And then what came back again was there's no curbs and you're still paying a higher amount. So if we're going to anchor ourselves around those costs tonight, let's keep that in mind. We were in with the expectation when we built some great faith with the commission back in October and we voted on this and we already kind of did this whole exercise. We were at somewhere between $47 and $80 per square foot for a road that has curbs and was unfinished. Thank you.
Thank you. And we absolutely understand that. And we're as surprised as anyone when the cost came in so much higher.
Patrick White, 886 Wimbledon. Madam Mayor and Commissioner Schaffner and Commissioner Long, I heard many of you say, and I apologize if I suggested before, that the committee is not receptive or doesn't hear the needs and wants of the residents. I've heard all three of you reiterate several times here that you do hear those needs and wants. I would only say, though, that I've also heard, the Mayor Pro Tem suggest that, you think strongly that we should have curbs and a fully improved 26-foot wide roadway, where the people on the east side of Wimbledon, I don't think want that. And I say that only because the width of that road, pretty much consistent down to Poppleton, is 18 feet. They don't want an 8-foot wider road. They believe, many of them, and I think it would clearly be a supermajority, believe that that would not preserve the integrity of the aesthetic and the safety of what we currently have. So I think that's something we're going to have to contend with at some point. I mean, we can't, on the one hand, say it's a major road and therefore it needs to comply with what we vision to be a major road, which I think the standard is a 26-foot improved roadway, yet also say we also are receptive to residents that have lived on this road for 30 or 40 years that are happy with what we have, yet we believe you should have something different. I don't know where that falls out. I heard you say, and you say, and you say that you heard the concerns of the residents. You're receptive. So when we come back on the east side of Poppleton with a supermajority of people that say we want an unimproved 18-foot wide road, I hope we can have a good conversation.
I think the commission is probably going to look at what the multimodal board said, and then we're going to try to negotiate and say maybe not 18, but maybe 20 or maybe 22.
Right.
So that remains to be seen, right. And we have done that with other roads in the past.
Perfect.
I think it's unlikely that anybody would want to stay 18 because the fire department doesn't recommend that for fire engines on your street, not passing through as an alternate for
Yeah, but,
Horton and Maple.
but I mean, I don't know, the width of the roads.
Right.
In Birmingham, I assume that we have many 18-foot roads.
Actually, no, we do not.
Okay.
So,
But what
Yeah.
I've heard you say then, you are receptive to something less than the 26
we
feet.
may be. I don't know who's going to be sitting on this commission, and we will, again, take the recommendations of the multimodal board, and then we will listen to the residents, and we will endeavor strongly to get to the best compromise.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Okay.
Thanks for being receptive. Appreciate it. We'll be very brief. I think a 50-50 split's very reasonable. It's a major road. If you spend an hour on it, you'll get it. You'll see it. I think a few of my neighbors have said it too, like we'd support a curb solution. At the end of the day, I'll support with whatever's decided, but I think 50-50 split's fair and reasonable, and I appreciate the council being receptive.
All right. Any other public comment in the room?
Cliff Rager, 541 Wimbledon. Appreciate the thought and hard work. 50-50 seems much more fair to me. As a fine point, I don't think the first phase of Wimbledon 1 is only on a major street. So there are other streets, I forget, but it's parts of Abbey.
Twin Oaks.
Twin Oaks, parts of Abbey are envisaged in that first, and so it's not all Wimbledon.
Thank you.
Good point.
Good point.
What do we do about that?
Ms. Kucharik, send that back to you.
Sorry, some of this was not Wimbledon.
So there are some streets, Mary, in the confirmation of the rule.
Abbey and Twin Oaks.
There's 2 Abbeys, 2 Twin Oaks, 4 Abbeys, let me see.
That are not major.
Are they on the corners?
Yeah, are they corners?
Or not corners?
So there's,
They're down all
So they're-
the way down the dead end and all the way up the dead end, so they're past the corners.
Or they may
dead
be
ends.
major roads, but they're not unimproved.
No.
It depends. There's a whole lot of streets up there that,
Abbey's a dead end.
We're talking
part
about
we're
streets that
looking
are part of this project.
right.
in this SAD, right?
Right. So, Mary, how do you suggest? Because we want to apply this 50-50 to everybody in this role.
Can I?
It is by listing the assessment roll number.
Okay?
That.
So we would
That's
use
the
the
whole
same
project.
process to consider the role? Okay.
Yes.
So it's covered?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have another comment.
Yes.
So there is some appetite that I've heard from some of you that we would prefer a road with Cape Seal and curbs. And we've heard from some of the residents that that would be also their preference under these conditions. So how do we go back, how would we go back to amend, should we, do we stop this whole thing? Like what is the most, clearly this is not standard, but I think that's okay. So, but what is the best path forward for making this as clean as possible? There is some suggestion that we change it from Cape Seal to Cape Seal curbs, but that decision was made in a prior meeting.
Yes.
If there was a decision among us to say, okay, that has always been our preference, but we were influenced by these astronomical costs, which are now being favored differently under these conditions. How do you do that?
You would.
Yeah, and I'm not convinced that all the residents want curbs, but.
Well,
I'm on 187 Wimbledon, and I would also prefer the curbs.
You would rescind the public hearing of necessity for paving assessment district 0416525 back on April 21st to change the final resolution that said paving Cape Seal only, no curb and gutter. So you would have to rescind that, redo it.
Today?
Today, to change those words. I would not advise it.
Okay.
Okay, this is already sloppy and messy and crazy enough.
Well,
yeah.
I think we're looking for your advice on how to
Yeah.
move forward in the most straightforward
yes.
way, which I recognize we've already taken a meandering path. So,
Yeah, I think what you have in front of you, based upon direction to write that motion, I think that's your clearest path.
All right.
Okay, well.
But that
Last public comment?
doesn't get us.
When's the next?
Right, so that maybe isn't the right.
Yeah.
So,
When's the next meeting?
May, 2 weeks from today?
Could it be tabled properly to include curbs and include it in the meeting 2 weeks from now and not?
No, they're two
timeline?
separate actions. So you did the hearing of necessity where you defined what the special assessment district would be and what it would contain. And that's already been done. And then this role now, if it gets annulled, it has to follow the same procedure, which I don't think there's enough notice time.
Right.
For the next meeting.
In
It
2
would
weeks,
have to
right.
go to
And so
the June
people would
meeting.
have to be told that we've decided to go back to Cape Seal and curbs. They'd have to have a right to protest again.
Yep.
We'd have to republish what the costs would be. It would be a whole thing.
Thank you.
And the bids might not be,
The bids
they might be expired.
The bids, and the bid might be expired,
In
yes.
which case, we go out and we start all over again with the tariffs in place, and it may be more.
Yeah.
Or less, because work's drying
Could be
up
less.
fast.
Could be less, we don't know.
But again, that pretty much negates getting it done this year, which is what we were trying to do.
We are. The proposal for pausing it until next year, we heard from Ms. Carter that it doesn't actually delay the end date of the full project.
Right.
So.
But I'm saying, if we are not going to get it done this year, and then the 50/50 is off the table while we examine how we're going to move forward overall. The 50/50 is on the table for this project, getting Phase 1 done this year.
Yeah, but I think one of the things that occurred to me after the gentleman over there was talking about the widths was, I'm not currently convinced that people living on the east side, Phase 2 people, understand what a 26-foot or 24 or 22-foot wide road will look like for those. I was just running down Google Street View, and I think we're in for a whole separate pitchfork and burning torches session with that.
We may be.
And
We may
so,
be,
to
but
me, it feels as though there is a certain degree of value in actually having that pause so that they can understand really what that would look, visualize what losing 4 or 6 feet to the front of your easement looks like, because there's parking pads there. They're gone, by the way. They're just gone. They'll be ripped out. And there's also, from the concerns we had in public comment, there are going to be trees that are going to be affected here. So there's a lot of smaller intangibles that we've got to start looking at, that we're going to go through the whole discussion that we had in Arlington Shirley about, okay, mature trees are now going to have root disturbance, root structure change, and the tree canopy is going to be significantly affected. The rabbit hole just got deeper. We fell through a trapdoor in a rabbit hole. And so the pause, to me, feels as though it may actually have more value, that the community understands what this is really going to do.
And how does pausing Phase 1 affect Phase 2 in that? Because we're going to have those discussions anyway.
What it means is, we've now heard different...
It gives us an opportunity also to correct this condition.
And get
Right.
better feedback on the whole curb side of things, because we've heard from several people, you know what, curbs would be beneficial, but we don't have that from everybody, and
And they
it's
don't
not-
want them in Phase 2.
And it's not giving everybody the ability to really have the say that they had earlier. And Phase 2 haven't even had a say. So if we had curbs on Phase 1, because let's say 60% said, yeah, we want curbs, and then Phase 2 say we don't. Now we've just broken yet more consistency as well, and the road may have a width restriction that goes into it. I'm more of an advocate for pause and bigger picture view, because we unfortunately, mostly for budget reasons, look down a straw of projects. And that's all they do. And this is another one where you're looking at a straw, at a piece of it, and the straw next to it hasn't been looked down properly yet by everybody. I'm just seeing shortcomings and more pain for everybody, unfortunately. Because I'm really not enjoying this either.
There is a motion on the table with the second.
Yes, there is. And is there additional public comment?
No, just 2 things, really quick. It feels like we're really close to coalescing on something great. And I would hate to see us kind of settle when we're like at the 2-yard line. Secondly, the idea that our contractor would say, don't pay me more money to do the work I quoted you on 2 months ago seems kind of far-fetched. If I'm a contractor, say, would you like more money to do that job you pitched 2 months ago? Why would they possibly say no? It seems
Because work's drying up.
But they would want the work, wouldn't they?
They'll do it for cheaper if they don't have business.
Yeah, it's just hard to say like, yeah, I'll do A and B. Just kidding, only do A. I don't want to do B anymore. I mean, it seems like, whatever. Okay, I'll stop.
I just feel that, like, we have all agreed multiple times that cost is kind of the crux of most of this discussion, and I'm not sure which way we're trending on halting or moving forward, and it's kind of a lot to follow, but we don't know what the cost is going to look like on anything that's being proposed, so it's really hard for us to get up here and make an informed input as the residents without knowing, is what we're moving forward with going to be X cost, or if the curbs are going back on the table, does that need to get rebid out again, and then we don't know what that bid is going to look like, and is it just going to be higher, and then we're going to be back in here, yelling and screaming again? So it's hard to make this decision without understanding the cost.
Here's the way I see it. We already made a decision based on all the information we had to put Cape Seal down. The decision we were going to make tonight was to confirm the role. There was a will of the commission to get to this point. Like 5 of us, I think, got to this point tonight. So perhaps the only concession that can be made tonight to stay consistent with where we've gotten to this point is the change in the split. I recognize that. Like, we all, or 5 of us, the will of the commission was to move forward with Cape Seal. We agreed to that condition.
It was based on the cost.
So,
Now, it was based on the cost to them. So now that we're reducing the cost to them 50/50, they're saying, well, maybe we should talk about.
The motion is to reduce the cost to them for 50/50 for Cape Seal.
Right.
There's been no motion to reduce the cost to 50/50
I'm saying what
too.
they're saying.
Right.
They're saying maybe they'd like the curbs.
And maybe
If
that
it's
opportunity has
50/50,
passed,
give us
given the
curbs.
conditions. It's also possible the motion doesn't pass. I think.
Let's call a vote.
Yeah.
I think the alternative is, is there another way down this road? That's what I would like to understand. Is there another way down this road? If this motion doesn't pass, or if I rescind the motion, what is the alternative?
I think the other motion on the table is to delay a year. The other alternative we discussed so far. Or to move forward with the role as it was, which is some people are supporting, to not change anything, just confirm the role, to move forward with revising the role to 50/50, or to delay a year. So the motion on the table is 50/50 to redo the role, which would be noticed for a public hearing.
Yes.
At a 50/50 split, including all the properties that are currently in the role, including Twin Oaks and Abbey. And so we've had a motion, we have a second, we've had lots of discussion. So Ms. Bingham, would you please call a roll call vote?
Mayor Therese Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baller,
No.
Commissioner Anthony Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
No.
Commissioner Emmerine,
No.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
That's 4-3.
That is 4-3.
Motion passes. We move forward on Wimbledon Phase 1 with a new role at a 50/50 split, which will be noticed for a future public hearing to confirm that role. All right. We move on to item B under new business, confirmation of SAD roll for 916 Bird Phase 1A project for the sewer and water laterals. We'll give everybody a moment to get out of the room. Quickly, please. And I'm going to open the public hearing. Mr. Katz.
We have any appetite left for it?
Hope there's no one here from Bird.
Good evening again. Ryan Katz, Deputy Treasurer. Tonight, we recommend the adoption of the resolution before you confirming Special Assessment District Rule number 916, Bird Avenue Phase 1A, sewer and water laterals defraying the cost over a 5-year period at an interest rate of 8.5%. The hearing of necessity was approved on April 21st, and notices were sent out as shown in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment or ask questions? I see no one in the room. Is there anyone online who has a comment or a question about the confirmation of SAD Rule 916 for Bird Phase 1A project sewer and water laterals? You could use the raise your hand function. I see none, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Any comments or questions of Mr. Katz by the commission? I see none. Would,
Make a motion.
all right.
Am I just reading this whole thing and then referencing the?
Yes.
Okay. Whereas the special assessment rule designated rule number 916 is heretofore prepared for collection, and whereas notice was given pursuant to section 94-7 of the city code to each owner or party in interest of property to be assessed, and whereas the commission is deemed it practical to cause payment of the cost thereof to be made after the time of construction, and whereas the commission resolution 04-167-25 provided it would meet this 5th day of May 2025 for the sole purpose of reviewing the assessment roll, and whereas at the said hearing held this May 5th, 2025, all those property owners or their representatives present have been given an opportunity to be heard specifically concerning costs appearing in said special assessment roll. Now therefore it be resolved that special assessment roll number 916 be in all things ratified and confirmed, that the city clerk be and is hereby instructed to endorse said roll showing the date of confirmation thereof, and to certify said assessment roll to the city treasurer for collection at or near time of construction of the improvement. Be it further resolved, the special assessment shall be payable in 5 payments as provided in 94-10 of the Code of the City of Birmingham with an annual interest rate of 8.5% on all unpaid installments, referencing Sidwell numbers on pages 5, 6, and 7 of the City Commission packet. Is that sufficient?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second. Any comments on the motion from the commission? Any comments on the motion from the public in the room or online? Please use the raise your hand function. I see none. Ms. Bingham, call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Yes.
Mayor Theresa Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Yes.
Thank you. We now move to new business item C, resolution to award the Bird Phase 1 project dash number 725W to FDM Contracting.
Good evening, Commission. Brought forward to you here is the contractor work for Bird Phase 1A project. This one, the limits are from Bird from Pierce to, to Grant Street. And with this, the city received 5 bids. The low bidder was FDM Contracting. They previously have done work in the city. They previously, last year, did the Reading Road project just west of Woodward Avenue. And the previous year, they worked on the Westwood project. And so with that, we are recommending contract award to FDM Contracting and the amounts listed in the packet for the memo. And also too, this one does not require any budget amendments because this project came in under estimated cost.
By 4.6%. So, any questions for Ms. Coda? All right, would someone like to make the motion?
I'll make the motion. I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to award the Bird 1A project, Bird Phase 1A project, number 7-25, paren W, and paren to FDM Contracting, Inc., in the amount of $1,675,691, plus a 10% construction contingency for a total of $1,843,260.10. In addition, to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city contingent upon execution of the agreement and meeting all the insurance and bond requirements by FDM Contracting, Inc.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments on the motion? Any comments on the motion from the public in the room or online? Please use the raise your hand function. I see none. Ms. Bingham, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Yes.
Mayor Theresa Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, commission items for future discussion. A motion is required to bring up the item for future discussion at the next reasonable agenda. No discussion on the topic will happen tonight. Commissioner Haig, I would suggest that you bring up your survey idea if you haven't already, because I think that requires commission discussion and direction before the city would mail anything out.
I think you just did it for me.
All right, okay, so we,
Summarized it. We all
All
know
right.
what I want.
Second.
all right, so all in favor? Aye. Any other items for Commissioner Schaefer?
Okay. I would like to bring up discussing how we might go about figuring out how we're going to discuss the future of the unimproved roads and how we.
Well, that's on the agenda.
That's already at
It's the next item on the agenda.
Right.
Oh, it's already there.
Perfect.
All right. Okay, the
Good
second
timing.
one is that we discuss the communication that we have with residents as it relates to the cutting down of trees. For example, on my street on Pleasant, when I turned left onto Pleasant, 2 giant trees were taken down. I understand there was probably a reason, but it is a disruption to the neighborhood. You do feel a little break in your heart when you see them cut down, even though I know new ones will come. But I do think that maybe we could consider how we communicate with residents. There's some suggestion that there isn't any, so I would like to understand the communication that goes on.
Second.
There is communication.
Second.
Okay, well, I don't.
Well, let's have a discussion.
Let's learn about it.
And maybe learn about who we communicate to and how we do it.
Right.
Okay, so we have a motion and a
Yeah,
second?
Madam Mayor, that is exactly what I was going to say. Thank you.
All right, so, all in favor?
Yes.
Okay, anything else?
I'll bring it up now. It'll probably go way down the list. Somebody mentioned to me, does the city have standards of service? Commissioner Host likes to call our residents customers. They are. And when they come to the city for any number of things that we charge for, like permits to do things at their houses or build houses or whatever, I think most companies have standards of service so that everybody has an expectation of when they can expect something to be fulfilled. So I don't know if we have those, but maybe it's something we should talk about establishing.
You're talking about how long it takes to get a permit or something like that?
Or
anything?
Anything that's, I know that the law prescribes, for example, freedom of information requests. So that's a legal prescription from the state, but it's a standard of service. It's an expectation. So anybody coming to the city wants or needs something and they're going to have to wait, they ought to know how long they're going to have to wait. That's all.
All right,
Second.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Commissioner Host, I believe, who did unimproved roads. Was that you?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we are at stage 2, where we would have a discussion about making this a formal agenda item. It was stage 1 from the meeting of April 7th.
Well, golly gee, based on what we did tonight, do I have to say anything other than, we're headed in a better direction this evening than we have in the last 3 years. And I applaud everybody for entertaining out-of-the-box ideas. But we need to do something quickly because we have a lot of sewers to replace, and we don't want to have the last 3 repeated in the future.
All right, so we have a motion and a second
Well, wait, what's the motion?
to make it a formal agenda item.
To make what a formal agenda?
Discussion of how we proceed with,
unimproved roads.
and at which point you can have all your ideas.
Can I make a comment before we move ahead with a vote on that? Sure. I think it needs to be all of our infrastructure, not just unimproved streets. We have to be talking about improved streets. We have to talk about, I think we need to have
What do you mean?
What do I mean? We have to improved streets we have that are problematic.
Or on a cycle.
We have bridges, we have whatever we have, all of our infrastructure. We need an infrastructure master plan, we need better algorithm for deciding what rises to the top. We have to take into account things like traffic and proximity and other things. So there's a whole bunch of things that we need to talk about that aren't just about unimproved streets. We have to talk about how we're going to fund improvements to improved streets. We talked about possibly having a millage. So there's all sorts of things that have to be taken into account beyond just unimproved streets. So I think it ought to be broadened. I think we ought to be talking about a master. You could call it a master plan, you could call it a long-range plan, whatever. But street design, prioritization, funding, and possibly most important, communication, and how we're gonna sell a plan to residents. We talked about this years ago, Katie. Like having and actually brand it. It's just an idea. Brand it. That this is what we're doing, and you get their input. You get their buy-in though too. So we're willing. Either they are or they're not willing to pay more taxes, or they are or they aren't willing to pay special assessments, or whatever it is. But they know when their street's going to get done. They know how much it's going to cost them. And we have. So that's what I think needs to be talked about.
But,
if we go over the minutes, this isn't just unimproved roads, it should be infrastructure.
That's what he's getting at, so I mean, I'm tired.
But does that dilute,
I'm
the
5
first thing
time
we
zones
need to
away.
address is the funding mechanism for unimproved roads. That is what we agreed to look at first.
No, because, well,
Well, it sounds like to me we have this
Yeah,
tonight,
unimproved roads
and
is
we could put that
inclusive
other
of-
one for the next time and make it phase 2 next time. But let's do the improved roads. That's what's on the agenda for tonight.
I respect what you're saying, but why don't we just try actually stepping outside of the box that we always paint ourselves into? Because
We're already outside.
we are, but we choose. If we choose to say, Brad had the germ of the idea and Clinton's gone and expanded is what we actually need to do, great. It's up to us. We can sit here and say, you know what? We preferred the expanded idea. That's what we're going to talk about. End of discussion. We choose.
Well, I think that Commissioner Host would have to concur with that.
If he's happy.
I do in spades.
All right.
There we go.
So there'd have to be an amendment to the motion, a friendly amendment to expand it to discussing
friendly.
all infrastructure or what have you, and whomever seconded would have to agree.
I would like to take the unimproved roads discussion and turn it into an infrastructure discussion.
And who was the second?
Long.
I'll second.
All right.
Approve the amendment.
All in favor?
Yes.
All right.
I know.
All right. Removed from consent agenda, we have nothing. Communications, we have a series of letters regarding the Birmingham Community Senior Center, Wimbledon, and Byrd. Commissioner reports, we have notice of intention to appoint to the Board of Ethics, notice of intention to appoint to the Greenwood Cemetery Advisory Board, notice of intention to appoint a hearing officer, and notice of intention to appoint to the Museum Board. Commissioner comments?
I'll just have one comment. I'm assuming that the ad hoc committee is not meeting on Wednesday?
The ad hoc committee is meeting.
It is meeting on Wednesday. I was just asking from the standpoint of not only wanting to know whether I need to be here on Wednesday, but whether the new student member that we just voted in shows up and nobody's here.
so when we pause the project tonight.
When we tabled those two items.
Which is pausing.
I didn't look at the agenda.
All it was what was on the commission packet tonight, so it was going to be a project update.
So is it worth having it because the commission agenda did nothing?
The update is what happened tonight, but we don't have to have a meeting, I guess, if that's what you're suggesting.
Most of them were here.
Most of them were here.
Several were here.
True.
And left gobsmacked.
Any other commissioner comments?
I just have one comment. I think just broadly, I think Commissioner or Mayor Pro Tem Ballard touched on it, but I do think that communication coming from the city, which is a reflection of the commission because we are deemed like the regime of the city, I suppose. That like when we say we communicate with the residents, but the residents don't feel communicated with, I feel that we have something to fix. So if the city, like you said, if the city is communicating, but it's not reaching them properly, then there's an opportunity to improve that condition. So why a resident believes they weren't communicated with about their tree, and we say we did. So I just think we will have a much easier time when our communication is improved. I got a door hanger at my house about the park behind my house. My husband took a picture. He's like, look what came. It does work. So I feel very strongly that you can do, this isn't a marriage, this isn't a family, this isn't a job, this is at this level. Communication is essential, and I will advocate for more and more and more communication.
More and better, not just more and better.
And I think we've made great strides with the governor and with Engage Birmingham and with all of the communication, but we can always do better. So you can't force people to consume information, but we can do the best job we can. All right, advisory boards, committees, commission reports and agendas, legislation, city staff. We have a memo from Attorney Kucharik regarding the next interlocal agreement, just clarifying the previous perhaps discussion or that money from the interlocals is paid to Next directly and not to the city. And with that,
Motion to dismiss.
motion to adjourn, second?
Support.
All in favor?
Nice.
Aye.